in of TD15 2ER.
To minimise hospital travel, COVID risks for vulnerable patients, clinicians have asked for blood tests to be done locally, but concerns are emerging about patients slipping through the net and suffering as a result. Will the County Council undertake assurance to engage the Trust, the CCG and local NHS professionals to work together to assess the extent of this and address it accordingly? And that's to Councillor Richard Dodd.
Okay, Councillor Dodd.
Yeah, sorry, this is quite lengthy. I'll take, and it's complex, so I'll take it as well as I can. And Northumberland County Council works very closely with colleagues at Northumberland Clinical Commissioning Group and Northumbria Healthcare NHS Foundation Trust, as well as working with colleagues at Newcastle upon Tyne Hospital's NHS Foundation Trust. Via the Health and Wellbeing Board, we were aware of issues that have arisen about requests by consultants in both trusts of GPs to organise blood tests locally. We have contacted CCG Clinical Commissioning Group's colleagues who have shared this response. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there are now many outpatient appointments that are happening remotely, whereas before they would occur face-to-face. This has created a problem in terms of how to do blood tests for patients who have had a remote consultation with a consultant. For clinical governance and patient safety reasons, the CCG, local media committee and both local acute trusts have agreed that blood tests need to be requested by the consultant on their own information technology systems, which ensures that the result goes back to them directly to deal with. It is important to avoid the GP requesting blood tests on behalf of a consultant because the result is then the GP's clinical responsibility, and that raises important clinical governance and patient safety concerns. This is less of a problem at NH, that's Northumbria Health, because consultants can request blood tests on their IT system, which can be accessed by the GP surgery. This means that the patient can have their blood taken at the local surgery and the result goes straight back to the consultant without the GP ever seeing the result. However, because Newcastle uses a different IT system, it was decided that Northumberland needed to set up blood taking hubs in Alnwick and Berwick. This will ensure that Northumberland consultants can request blood tests for their patients somewhere relatively close to the patient's home, whilst ensuring that the results go back to the consultant directly for them to deal with. The Alnwick and blood taking hubs are due to go live very soon. This issue also affects a smaller number of patients in North Northumberland who receive care at Borders General Hospital. The CCG are working with North Northumberland practices to create a solution reflecting the needs of this group of patients. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Dodd. Without further ado, it's now 3 o'clock. I will go into the main agenda, but before I start, just a couple of housekeeping things. Firstly, is to remember to use your electronic hands because I can only see about 30 screens in front of me. So if you're waving around frantically like that, I might not see you. The second thing is to remember if you've got your microphone on or off, and if you've got it on, to remember to keep your language clean. And the third thing, which I was going to mention, would be in regards to making sure that we're all respectful of each other. It is a difficult medium still. I believe also I should note that the hand functionality has changed somewhat. Also, it might be useful in terms of voting later that hands are used. I think Councillor Dickinson, have you put your hand up and down there? So I think you just.
Sorry, I was just testing it.
That's fine, no problem. Okay, without any further ado, I will then go to the agenda proper, and I go to the first item on the agenda, which is apologies for absence. Karen.
We've got apologies from councillors Armstrong, Gallagher and Wilson.
Okay, any more? Any further?
It's Eileen Carty here, just to come in, Barry. Gordon's having problems with IT and can't get on, so sends his apologies. I know IT are trying to help him.
Okay, that's fine. I hope IT can persevere with that. That'll be useful. Okay,
Chair,
yes.
could I just say that Ken Parry and Deirdre Campbell are also attempting to join the meeting at the moment as well.
Okay, no problem.
Chair, is it possible for people to vote to join by audio if their IT equipment fails?
I'm quite happy with that.
To their mobile, I'm looking to IT for.
I'll pass to Michelle. I believe there is a functionality for that, isn't there?
You can join using your mobile phone. You should be able to access it from the browser there, but I don't believe we've got a dial-in number for this meeting.
Okay, all I can really do at this stage is persevere with the meeting. I do hope that those issues.
But maybe somebody from IT could speak to Councillor Webb to see if he can join somehow.
Yeah, I believe there has been discussions happening on that front, and I do hope that they can join the meeting. Item 2 on the agenda is minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of November as circulated, to be confirmed as a true record and signed by the business chair. Can I confirm them as a true record, please?
No, Chair.
Councillor Jackson, you've come in, and can I remind you to use your electronic hand as well, because I'll come to Councillor Hill afterwards.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't think the are quite a true record of the meeting. If you remember on page 23 of the minutes, Councillor Reid did propose an amendment to the original resolution, and I actually said quite clearly, and it was heard by all councillors, that the vote be taken, and that proposal from myself was ignored, and that was against the Constitution. I think Councillor Reid, his amendment was very valid, and I think it should have been taken forward, and I think the majority of councillors on the council would have agreed with that. So can you amend the minutes, please, to reflect that?
Silent for a second. Just 1 second, Councillor Jackson.
I think if you want to review the video of the meeting, you'll see that that's correct. That I did propose that the vote was taken and that the motion be put. And then after that came some spurious legal advice that wasn't actually shared with anyone, as far as I know.
Okay, well, it's Councillor Jackson. It's come back to me. Yeah. Firstly, they are reviewed. The videos are reviewed afterwards. What's being said to me, Councillor Jackson, is that Councillor Reid's in that 3rd or 4th paragraph down, what Councillor Reid said is detailed there, is what's being said to me. I'm taking it you question that.
I did propose that the motion was put well before that event during the meeting.
Okay, I will possibly come back to you, because I think we might have to have a vote on whether we accept the minutes or not. But I'll go to the other comments first, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Happy New Year to you and everyone. My point wasn't about what Councillor Jackson just raised, but now he has raised it, I would say that he did ask for that to go to the vote. But then after legal advice, Councillor Reid, who was the proposer of the motion, agreed to withdraw it, and nobody seemed to protest after that. So I think that would be the accurate reflection of that exchange. But my 2 points on the minutes, first of all, there's nothing on the minutes on disclosure of members' interests, which is my recollection as well. But can I just double check that nobody declared any interest in that meeting, including the directors of Advance, when there was an item on the agenda about the audit arrangement of Advance. So can I just double, triple check that? My second point is on page 24. It refers to an exchange with myself and another councillor, and us both being muted. I know these meetings are difficult, and with the, with technology and so on, and increasingly become quite heated, etc. But would you accept that if a member is extremely rude and objectionable to another member, and then they object, and obviously I'm referring to myself objecting after being told rudely to shut up, don't you agree that the right thing for the chair to do would be to pick up that member on their behaviour rather than just muting both members? And I know Councillor Dungworth is picking up on this wider point in the question session, but would you agree that the chair really should immediately slap down anyone who shows such disrespect rather than muting the person who's the subject who then objects themselves?
Can I come in on that one? Well, firstly, I wouldn't use the term slapping down, but also what I'd say is when there's live meeting going on and lots of noise going on, it may not always be clear who the perpetrator or what the situation is. So sometimes it may be in line that we just mute speakers so that we can sort out an issue.
Well, slap down, sorry, my choice. What I meant is picking up on seeking an apology or retraction. I know it's difficult, and you did mention.
What I might suggest, Councillor Hill, that is that in those circumstances, it might be wise to email me as a business chair after a meeting and raise that issue with me. If you did have that concern, I haven't had one, and I think if that does happen in the future and you have those concerns, I would advise emailing me afterwards.
What I would say, don't you think, and this is for all of us who chair any meetings, and it can be difficult, and these things can happen quickly, and you're looking out for who's putting the hand up and all the rest of it. But if somebody is rude and objectionable to somebody, the chair, whoever's chairing a meeting, should pick them up immediately rather than letting it spiral out and then just muting whoever's in the exchange. Wouldn't you agree that that's generally best practice?
I would agree if somebody is being rude and objectionable, yes.
Thank you.
I would also point out I've got 76 screens on at present.
You know, and I agree.
Most committees we wouldn't have 76 screens on.
And just regarding the first point, because I do know it's not a blanket disclaimer, because board members of Advance and Arch before them have declared interest in the past in meetings. So if you could just clarify, I mean, people can forget, it's a slight oversight. I'm not making a big deal, but I'm just doubly checking that that was my recollection, that there was no declaration of interest made. Okay,
well, I've got Richard Wearmouth with his hand up. I will come to Councillor Foster, but I'll go to Councillor Wearmouth because I suspect it might relate to this point. Councillor Wearmouth.
It's indeed, Chair. Thank you very much. It's a standing declaration of anybody who's a director of the Regen company of the council, and I don't see why it would have been necessary to declare it. Everybody knows that.
But you've done it before. You have declared previously.
I'm not contention to debate with you about it, Councillor Hill. It's ultimately something for the chair and something for the monitoring officer to advise on, and I'm perfectly content that the declarations that were made were appropriate.
They weren't made, and you have in the past. That's the point.
They are made.
Can I remind members? Can I remind members, please, to speak through the chair? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, my apologies for being 2 or 3 minutes late into the meeting. I was dealing with some correspondence with regards to Councillor Gordon Webb, who is having problems actually getting into the meeting. He seems to have a blue screen at the moment.
Yep.
I don't know if it's IT equipment from county or his own, but I have passed over the IT contact numbers for him.
Yes.
So that he can try and get it sorted out. But it was just to let you know, Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Foster. While you was off screen, that has been discussed.
Okay.
So I'm going to return to what Councillor Jackson has suggested. And now it's up to the council. Do we agree this is a true record or not? And I'm going to ask, can I have a show of hands for that in the first instance? Do you agree that's a true record? Can I have electronic hands as well, if you're agreeable to that? Mine's a yes. Just bear us 2 seconds. I'm just waiting to see that.
Can I just be clear, Chair? Is this with the amendment or without the amendment? My
This is
apologies.
as they are printed on screen. Yes, that's right. Just bear with us a second. Councillor Kennedy has his hand up.
I can't see the electronic hands.
Yeah. Are you able to count on the left-hand side?
Oh, no, there's a,
I'm up, by the way. Okay, I have 38 electronic hands voting that is a true record of the meeting, so they are recorded as a true record. Okay, I go on to point 3 on the agenda, disclosure of members' interests. Does anybody have, can I just wait for people to lower any electronic hands first? Does anyone have 2 seconds? I can see Councillor Bourne has his hand up. I will come to you shortly. Okay, I'll come across to Councillor Bourne then.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare a personal prejudicial interest in the Morpeth Governance Review, which is on the agenda, as I'm a member of Morpeth Town Council. And I'll believe in the meeting when that item is discussed.
Thank you, Councillor Bourne. Councillor Sanderson?
Yes, I also declare an interest in item 13, and I won't be present and I will not be voting.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson?
Sorry, Chair, that's just my hand up.
No problem. I thought we might get some of them. Councillor Wearmouth?
Same as Councillor Bourne.
Thank you. Councillor Thorne? No, it's gone off. Councillor Davey, do you have a, Councillor Susan Davey, do you have an interest to declare, or is that just an old hand? It's just an old hand I can see. Right, okay, thank you very much. I go over to announcements. I've got some announcements to make as the business chair. Firstly, I have to sadly announce the deaths of some former colleagues. I am sad to report the deaths of 3 former colleagues. Former County Councillor and Honorary Alderman Pat Dodds sadly passed away at the end of November. Pat was a councillor for Bly Valley Wensleydale from 1981 until 1989. She was also chairman of the council from 1986 to 1987. Former County Councillor and Honorary Alderman Bill Purdue also passed away during November at the age of 79. Bill represented the Allendale electoral division from 1989 until 2001. And finally, I have to announce the death of former County Councillor George Todd, who passed away on the 11th of December. George was a former Wansbeck District Councillor and was elected to the County Council representing the Bedlington West electoral division from 1997 to 2001 and 2008 to 2013. He was a Vice Chairman of the Council 2010 to 2011 and Chairman of the Council 2011 to 2012 and served on many committees. All 3 councillors served on many committees and outside bodies and are fondly remembered by current members and staff. My second announcement is to do with the Queen's New Year Honours List. The following people connected with Northumberland received honours in Her Majesty the Queen's New Year's Honours List. Commanders of the Order of the British Empire, CBE, Barbara Helen Dean, Chief Executive Officer, Nest Corporation, for services to pensions and savings. Patricia Ann Ritchie, Chief Executive, Newcastle City Council, for services to local government and to public service reform. Receiving the Officers of the Order of the British Empire, OBE, Catherine Sarah Jane Dawson, founder and director, the All-in-One Company, for services to business and frontline workers during the COVID-19 response through the Scrub Hub Ashington. Samantha Ord, National Chair, Riding for the Disabled Association, for services to people with disabilities. Members of the Order of the British Empire, MBE, Leslie Braden, lately Academic Registrar at Newcastle University, for services to higher education. Pamela Fry Closton, JP, for services to the community in North East England. And Stephen Holmes, Service Director, Adult Social Care, Northumberland County Council, for services to adult social care during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think we congratulate all those people. I think Councillor Dungworth may have her hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Happy New Year to everybody. It's nice to see we continue with the same mind frame as we ended last year, but I just wanted to congratulate Stephen Holmes. I have my own views about the honours system, but I think it's when somebody who works for our council is recognised, and that's a reflection on us as a council and something we should rightly be proud of, that we produce officers who other people deem as being fit to be recognised in this way. I think, you know, the citation is for Stephen's role during COVID, which I think is well acknowledged. But as somebody who worked with him prior to that, when I held the portfolio for adult services, I think, you know, recognition of his work for adult services all those years. And I think that the authority is the poorer without him. So congratulations to him.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Dungworth. I move on to, I'd echo what you say as well. I would move on to my next part of the agenda. I'm going to bring up along the agenda the COVID presentation from the COVID update from Liz Morgan and Phil Soderquist. So without any further ado, I will introduce Liz and Phil.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. So this first slide is basically comparing the infographics from our own public-facing dashboard for the 7 days up to the 15th of December, which was the last time I provided you with a public health update, and the 7 days up to the 3rd of January. And what this is showing basically is that in that three-week period, both our case rates and cases have doubled. So I think today the number was 1,188 cases and a case rate of 370. So that is quite a significant increase over a relatively short period of time. And looking at the maps, you can see that the orange sort of dark brown areas, which were that high rate that we had in the west during November and December, that started to spread across the rest of the county. And looking at the bars on the right hand side of those graphics, you can see that Walsall does lead the charge in terms of the number of cases. Actually, the cases haven't escalated beyond that quite high number that we've been seeing for about 5 or 6 weeks. But of course, a lot of the other wards are now catching up. Next slide. And this again compares the public-facing dashboard for those 2 periods. This time looking at the epidemic, and looking at the left-hand side, you can see that in that 7-day period, we only had 1 day where the number of cases, you can see that there was only 1 day when our case numbers didn't exceed 100, and they looks as though they peaked on the 29th of December with 272 cases. And that pattern of spread is very much what is being seen in other local authorities. And in fact, every other local authority in the North East had that real spike on the 29th of December, which is probably a reflection of both an increase, obviously an increase in the number of cases, but also people getting tested after a lull over Christmas. And to be honest, that's pretty much what we expected to see happen. Next slide. So this provides you with a Northeast comparison. Probably worth mentioning that actually nationally the case rates vary from 45 per 100,000 in the Isles of Scilly to over 1,500 per 100,000 in Barking and Dagenham. Across the Northeast, the case rates range from 243 in Newcastle to nearly 800 in Hartlepool. But this slide is just showing the local authorities in the LA7 group, and you can see that Sunderland, Gateshead and County Durham are showing a really quite steep increase in cases at the beginning of the new year and the end of the last year. Northumberland not far behind, North Tyneside and Newcastle, which have had relatively low rates, are now also seeing an increase in cases. Next slide. And this is the heat map that I've shown before. So basically, all the rows represent age groups, and children under the age of 15 at the bottom. And basically, the darker the square, the higher the case rates. And what this particular heat map is showing is that in children under the age of 15, the case rates dropped by about 25% between schools closing the week before Christmas and the end of the year. But actually in every other age group, cases have nearly or actually doubled in that 3-week period. And of most concern is the doubling in case rates in people over the age of 65. Next slide. So from an outbreaks and incidents point of view, we are seeing a sort of bit more heat now in care homes and domiciliary care providers. So we're actively managing 13 outbreaks in care homes and dom care providers at the moment. And you know, the statistics quite significant. So 64 staff, 94 residents, and unfortunately 14 care home residents who have died as a result of those outbreaks. We've got an ongoing outbreak in HMP Northumberland, and actually that again is something that's reflected across the whole of the region. We've got 5 or 6 outbreaks in prison settings across the region. We've also got a couple of cross-border workplace outbreaks, so some quite significant incidents in 2 workplaces north of the border, which are having an impact on cases in Berwick and the surrounding areas. And in fact, one of those outbreaks has generated 41 cases in individuals living in Berwick and the surrounding wards. And of course, we have still got ongoing and high rates in Haltwhistle and those surrounding Tynedale wards. We had our what will be our final outbreak meeting yesterday to discuss sort of further actions. But to be honest, the lockdown that has been put in place today has really, you know, that's probably really what is required to reduce case rates in both Tynedale and across the county as a whole. The surge mobile testing unit that was in Haltwhistle, that's been there for a month now, that's going to be there for another week, but unfortunately will be required to move elsewhere. It is a North East Yorkshire and Humber asset, and because of the relatively low uptake in tests there, the Department of Health really need to redeploy that MTU somewhere else. But what we're hoping to do is to schedule our local mobile testing unit so that it can spend a couple of days a week in Haltwhistle to support testing in that area. And of course, all those other things that we're doing. So, you know, liaison with community policing to inform the community policing plan, and the ongoing targeted comms, all of those interventions will continue to take place. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about targeted community testing. We had developed a targeted community testing plan. But of course, the week before Christmas, there was an announcement about weekly testing of staff and a return to school testing of students. And so our efforts were really reprioritised towards supporting schools to roll out that testing process. I think we were sort of hoping that the school closures would allow a sort of less pressured introduction, but actually I think there are still a significant amount of children still attending school. I think the value of school testing is really in the serial testing element of it. So that is daily testing of children who have been close contacts, who would otherwise have been required to self-isolate at home. But with this daily testing, that will allow them to remain in school, which I think is, you know, that is the most valuable part of the testing process. The targeted community testing program that we have, you know, obviously we've sort of deferred that temporarily to support schools. There is still a lot of work going on in the background, but the intention remains to offer frequent testing for key high-risk individuals and frontline staff. And actually the latest direction from the government is that we sort of orientate that frequent testing to key workers to enable them to stay at work. Next slide. So the next few slides are really just to provide you with a bit of an update about the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccination program. And this really is an area which is changing. So I think, as I've said before, largely responsible for delivering the coronavirus vaccination to over 80s and our care home staff and residents. And so far, Northumberland NHS services have vaccinated over 12,000 individuals in that priority group. So that's people over the age of 80 and frontline health and social care staff and care home residents. So far, the CCG has vaccinated 766 residents in 28 care homes. They are absolutely focused on supporting vaccination in care homes because we recognise that this is a really vulnerable group. But the whole process, the whole command and control of the vaccination programme is being managed very tightly, and actually one of the things that we do to local data, because we really don't have a huge amount of granularity in terms of which groups are being vaccinated and where the gaps are. We've got a number of hospital hubs that are in place across the North East. The ones supporting Northumberland are in the Centre for Life in Newcastle, in our Northumbria hospitals, although not all of them. CNTW, the Mental Health Trust, will be starting to, well, they have been delivering vaccinations for patients and staff with the Pfizer vaccine. We'll be expecting a delivery of the new. Next slide, please. So our own vaccination programme went live on the 15th of December, and the vaccination sites were sort of introduced in waves over a period of time. Wave 4, I think, started the week between Christmas and New Year. So we've got we've got 10 sites, areas identified on the slide, Blythe, Ashington Cricket Club, and then the ones that have come across, the sites that have come on more recently are in the west and the north. And in the north, we have got an agreement with NHS Borders that we will sort of consume our own smoke in terms of vaccinating staff in care homes. So a care home staff member in a Berwick care home can't be vaccinated because they're registered with a GP in Scotland. So the CCG has worked with its counterpart over the border to make sure that that situation doesn't occur. Next slide, please. And then, as you're aware, the Joint Committee on Vaccines and Immunisation has made the decision to extend the period of time between the first and the second dose. So originally, the second dose was 3 weeks after, 3 or 4 weeks after the first dose. But actually, when the JCVI looked at the data from the preclinical phase 2 and phase 3 trials, their conclusion was actually that you could get a greater population impact in terms of immunity by providing the first dose to as many people as possible before offering the second dose. And so for that reason, the vaccination schedule has been changed so that people get that first dose and then get the second dose booked up to 12 weeks later. Next slide. I think basically all this slide is saying is that, you know, there are ongoing deliveries to all of the sites. Obviously, the AstraZeneca vaccine is much more easy to manage. It doesn't require those special storage conditions. And I think once that vaccine becomes more consistently available, vaccination should really act as not just the supply of the vaccine, but there is also a limiting factor in terms of staff to support vaccination. And that's, you know, obviously partly because primary care is in fact incredibly busy, but also because there are some barriers and difficulties in getting additional people onto the registers to allow them to become vaccinators. It just seems that actually nothing is particularly easy with any of these processes. Next slide. So I will pass over to Phil.
Thanks, Liz, and good afternoon, elected members. All I wish to do this afternoon is really give you some headline information on, I suppose, the national lockdown and the new regulations. So as we all heard on Monday evening, the Prime Minister announced the new national lockdown, and from that, we've been waiting for new regulations, which would then give us the legal framework for the actual lockdown itself. So the regulations were published late yesterday, and my colleagues, legal service, are busily working our way through the new regulations. Unfortunately, it was only about an hour before we sort of went live with this meeting did they actually publish them in the final version. So what we've been working with at the moment are really just the stated amendments, which basically tells you what words to omit and what words to add in. So this is very high level at the moment, and obviously we'll go through more detail. But in essence, they've released one set of regulations, which amends two sets of regulations. The number 3 regulations, and the principal change there is about extending enforcement powers to include PCSOs. But importantly for members, when we talk about a national lockdown, the approach government have adopted is to amend the current all-tier regulations. And the part I've highlighted is really the key issue, is how this has been achieved is by actually strengthening the current tier 4 restrictions. So they haven't introduced brand new regulations. We haven't got a tier 5. What we have is a strengthened version of the tier 4 restrictions. So some of the lockdown arrangements are things we are already familiar with as being in tier 4. And I think from initial reading of the regulations themselves, it doesn't potentially create the lockdown I think that the public expected, or that we saw originally in March of 2020, because there are still activities which can continue, which in the earlier lockdown or lockdown 1 were not permitted. So the important thing to remember is it is a strengthening of tier 4. That is the national lockdown arrangement. All local authorities within England have been moved into tier 4, and the government have extended the expiry date of the regulations. So originally, the all-tier regulations would have expired at the end of February. They will now expire at the end of March. So what that means is the government, on or before the 31st of March, will have to determine whether or not to actually create new regulations to extend, as it were, the tier 4 arrangements, or withdraw those current amendments and revert back to the original tiering arrangements. Next slide, please. So all I've really tried to do, and I don't really wish to labour this afternoon, is give you an example of what business premises must close and really just highlight some of the issues. So we're well aware that non-essential retail must close, but as with all regulations and guidance, that is very much open to interpretation about what is essential and what's not essential. One of the areas we are working on, very much on a regional basis, is national chains. We've already had a number of inquiries from members, and there's already a number of inquiries in the system about some of the operators who not just operate in Northumberland, but Newcastle and other local authorities. So we are working across the compliance cell, which I chair as part of the TCG, and the legal officers group, which is part of that, to try and develop some regional consistency of how we approach that. Another one just to highlight is hospitality venues. So previously, hospitality venues could trade even in tier 4. So between the hours of 5 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock at night, you could actually enter premises to acquire alcohol on a takeaway basis. With hospitality venues now, there is no arrangement for takeaway service of alcohol. It can, however, be delivered if it's pre-ordered, but you can't walk in to a hospitality business and order alcohol for takeaway consumption. You can, however, still enter some food premises and do that as a takeaway activity. Interestingly, though, off licenses still remain open as an essential business. So there hasn't been, as it were, a ban on alcohol sales just through click and collect or delivery. It is still available through supermarkets and through off licenses. As previously, accommodation, etc., is closed, again with some specific exceptions where people can't return to their main residence, etc. And obviously what we've also seen is a closure of leisure and sports facilities and entertainment venues. Next slide, please. Again, just carrying on. So personal care facilities or close contact services. So these are things such as hairdressers, tattooists, manicure, etc., etc. They must all now close. And that also extends to that service being provided in domestic accommodation. So that cannot be provided in domestic accommodation. Community centres and halls with mixed use, there are some exempt activities in there, but generally speaking, they must close. But libraries can remain open to provide access to IT or for click and collect services. And then we've seen a closure of all the animal attractions and indoor attractions. But where you have an indoor attraction within larger settings, outdoor grounds, etc., the actual grounds can remain open. Government are also in the process of revising all existing guidance, but the principal guidance to be aware of is the national lockdown, stay-at-home guidance, and much of what is in there is what the Prime Minister stated on Monday evening. I think the challenge always for us as regulators is we don't always find that what's in the guidance is actually reflected in the regulations themselves. And this is where we need a little bit of time to go through the regulations to fully understand them ourselves in terms of how they're being applied, what the interpretation is, but how it relates to the actual guidance as well. So that's a piece of work that's also in hand. Next slide. So again, there are a number of exceptions provided for within the regulations, and this again is just an idea of some of those exceptions. But obviously certain activities including work, education and training, etc., etc. So you may have business premises which are closed but can continue to open if they are providing access to those exceptions or those services or activities. So very much, as I say, a national lockdown is being portrayed, but as I've said previously to yourself, there are a number of exceptions, and if you like, the devil is very much in the detail. I think the other thing to be aware of, a lot has been said within the guidance and been commented upon about remaining in your area and staying local. This is not something which is defined within the actual regulations themselves. Again, it's commented upon within the guidance. So for the purposes of consistency, we have highlighted this with the TCG. I did that this morning. This is currently being looked at by the legal officers group this afternoon as part of the compliance cell, which also involves the solicitors from Northumbria Police, through which what we hope to achieve is a common agreement on what we mean by your area or staying local, because ultimately the police will be the regulator for that activity where people are seen to be travelling too far. And if we can get an agreement with what the police about what their interpretation of your area and stay local, then hopefully we as local authorities can then promote that as a consistent message across the region. I do think, however, though, it will be challenging because the regulations are quite clear that you can leave your home for specified purposes, which are all of the exceptions. And in certain cases, that may involve travelling some distance. So it's not going to be a very clear and cut area. But I think if we can agree some common areas of understanding with Northumbria Police, and it very much gives us an opportunity as a local authority to promote those messages across Northumberland. Next slide, please. I think that may be the last slide. No. So that's it. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Phil, and thanks, Liz. There, we just about got through Liz's presentation with some technical gremlins. I'm going to invite questions now. I'll remind members, can we have got a whole agenda to get through, so if we can be quite snappy about our questions and such like, and I'm going to bring in Councillor Stephen Bridget.
Just bear with me, Barry. Can you see me? Because I'm doing this on an iPad and yeah, it is working. Yeah, thank you. The first thing I want to ask is to Liz, and thank you very much for the presentations from both Liz and Phil, is in terms of the vaccine delivery. I'm a little bit concerned that maybe we're not getting a regular supply and consistent supply is what we have been. Obviously, there was a delivery on the 28th or 29th to Alnwick, which was administered within 2 days, as I understand it. But then Thursday, Monday, and Tuesday this week. So Thursday last week, and then hello, is everyone still? I've just got something on the screen. And then Monday and Tuesday this week, there's been no tests, there's been no vaccinations administered because obviously the new delivery didn't come until I think it was yesterday or today. They'll get through that quite quickly. And then I'm told the next delivery isn't until the 19th of January. So there's going to be a week next week where there's no vaccinations. I know the CCG, and I am not blaming the CCG in any way. I know they are doing their level best to shout for Northumberland and get the vaccines. My concern is the issue seems to be coming from NHS England, and I would like to think it's more of a logistical issue than a political issue. And if it is a logistical issue, what can be done to expedite it? Because we've got, I mean, I know everyone says it because it's an easy thing to say, but we've got one of the best logistical networks in the world in terms of the British Army being able to deliver that vaccine, and it is an as yet untapped resource. Is that available to us if there are problems with NHS England? Because we don't seem, and the feedback I'm getting from the people that work in the GP practices that are administering this is that there doesn't seem to be a consistent regular supply at the moment from NHS England. The other thing I want to mention just briefly, and Phil touched on it with the guidelines, there is week they're as weak as anything. You compare the guidelines that have been issued by central government, by this government, compared to Scotland and Wales. There's no way to enforce it in terms of people going for exercise. It says local to your area, but doesn't define it like what the Welsh and Scottish governments do. And they're not the police. The police have my absolute sympathies when it comes to enforcing this, because they're not going to be able to. I know that they're looking at whatever, but if an individual wanted to challenge this in a court, the police wouldn't have a leg to stand on, because the guidelines are as weak as dishwater. It's as simple as that.
Right, thank you. I think that's more of an opinion. The second one, I do.
Well, it's fact.
I will go to Liz Morgan for response to your first part.
Thank you. I mean, I do, share your frustration about the issue around regular and consistent supply, and this issue about supplies being promised and then not turning up is not unique to Northumberland or indeed the North East. I think what we need to appreciate is that when the MHRA licensed the vaccine, the manufacturers didn't have 50 million doses of vaccine sitting there waiting to go, because obviously they wouldn't have wanted to take that risk. So my understanding is that they had, a supply of product which was not wrapped and packed, but obviously there is a time delay in getting that product put into vials, wrapped, packed and distributed. Not only that, but actually every batch has to go through a quality assurance process with an independent organisation before it's dispatched. I think over a period of time, the consistency of supply will get better. But I think at the moment it is hugely frustrating, because obviously primary care has put a huge amount of time and effort into scheduling payments, into scheduling patients to come in for their vaccination, and then to have to cancel those patients at the last minute because they don't have the vaccine, and then have to reschedule them, is a huge amount of work. So I think, it's frustrating all round. But I think once the production process gets up and running, that supplies should become more consistent.
Thank you. Councillor Jeff Watson.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question to Liz, really. I have limited knowledge of this. I only know one or two people who've actually had the vaccination, but I was surprised to learn that they didn't seem to know what they could now do. I mean, do they still isolate for 10 days and then they can act as normal? Can they go out and about and mix, or what? And they don't seem to have been told what they should do in the next few weeks. So I wonder if you've got any comments about that, Liz.
So thank you for that. I think that's a really interesting point, which I will feed back to the CCG. I mean, in practical stages, they, actually the individual doesn't do anything different having had a vaccination from when they hadn't had a vaccination. So we would still expect people to, maintain that social distance, wash hands, etc., because although we know that the vaccine reduces the risk of you getting infected or having severe illness, what we don't know is whether the vaccine actually prevents you from transmitting infection to other people, because that's not what the clinical trials looked at. So we need to continue to maintain a really cautious approach and consider vaccination as, another tool to reduce the risk of spreading infection.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Dungworth.
Hi, thanks, Chair. For both of you, actually, the first one's in terms of transmission, that we're being told that this new variant is more easily transmitted or more quickly. Do we have any indication as to why that is? Is it because it's surviving longer on surfaces? Is the spread further when people are talking? I just think it would be very useful for people to know that in terms of keeping safe, because obviously it's still been going up while people have been under quite higher tiers of restrictions. So that was the first one. And my second one was to Phil really, and that's about the exemptions. It was my understanding that there's still an exemption for people who are offering support or care for people, and that wasn't in your slide.
Okay, assume Liz first.
So in terms of the new variant estimate, so that the new variant is about 70% more transmissible than the strain which was circulating before, and that new variant, you know, it already is the dominant strain in the south, and we can expect that it will become the dominant strain across the whole of the country in very short order. I think in terms of the sort of biological mechanism that you know, as to how it does that, I don't think we know what that is, but you know, it obviously interacts in a body, it interacts in a way with the body which enables it to you know, cause infection much more readily than the variant that was transmitting. I think, you know, obviously there's just so much that we don't know about it at the moment, but there is an extensive amount of study look, you know, exactly why is it we think at the moment that it doesn't actually cause any more severe disease, but obviously that's something that we're really interested in. There are ongoing studies to look at that. So it is you know, generating a huge amount of research. In terms of how extensive that is in the northeast, I think our best estimates at the moment are that about 30% of cases in the north, across the northeast as a whole, are the new variant, but there will be variations between areas across the region. And there was a report that nearly half of the cases in Northumberland could be the new variant. But how accurate that statement is up for debate. It very much depends on the figures that sit behind that. But I think the bottom line is that actually, you know, it's the same virus causing the same disease. So the interventions that we need to adopt to prevent that new variant from spreading are exactly the same as the interventions that we all need to adopt, or that we've all been adopting up until now. So, but I think social distancing and the reducing social contacts is paramount in terms of preventing this new variant from spreading further.
Yeah, I'll go to Phil. We just about got that, I think. We'll go to Phil for his answer.
Yes, so in terms of the question asked by Councillor Dungworth, but I should have clarified, yes, they are just simple examples of some of the exceptions which do carry forward within the regulations. So there are a number of exceptions which still do extend to childcare, support services, support bubbles, etc., etc. Whether or not they have significantly changed is not something I wish to comment on until we've had a chance to actually look at the regulations in detail. But in essence, there is still a provision for a significant number of exceptions within the regulations. But as I say, I think we just need a little bit of time to actually read through the regulations to fully understand the full impact of the regulations. And when we've done that, we will be able to sort of respond to specific questions. But in general terms, Councillor Dungworth, yes, I would agree there are still provisions in there for support bubbles, support services and support for children, etc.
Thank you. I should go to...
Sorry, Phil, I think it's quite important that we know that, because a lot of us as councillors are offering support for residents, and we need to know that we're allowed to do that. I'm still doing it till somebody tells me not, but...
Yeah, as I say, the regulations as they've been presented were simply presented originally as an amendment to the original. So to give you some example, it still contains all the provisions about Christmas and Christmas bubbles, which hopefully isn't there in anticipation of 2021 Christmas. So when we've got through that, we'll be able to share accurate information with the members, but we look at that as a specific one and share that information, Councillor Dungworth.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Question to Liz. it's regarding, again, the vaccine rollout. There's been a constant theme in questions that I've asked regarding the cross-border issue. And I was contacted by a resident today of Cornhill, councillor within Councillor Laurie's ward. It just happened before the meeting, Councillor Laurie, so I was going to drop you an email as well. Now, Cornhill is in England, but they are just 1 mile from Coldstream in Scotland. So most of the residents are registered, I think all of them, with a GP in Coldstream. Now, this created problems with them getting the flu vaccine recently. None of them received the normal letters last year. And none of them, even though they all, you know, their demographics, they tend to be older members of society, not one of them has had been contacted about getting the vaccine. And it does seem to me quite possible that if NHS England is communicating with GPs in England and then vice versa in Scotland, then this group of residents having a Scottish GP but actually an English postcode and being in England could miss out. And just an extra point more generally, in terms of the rollout of the vaccine, how does it work exactly in terms of who's getting letters? I mean, obviously you have people who have particular conditions, but are they just otherwise going down in age? So if you, for example, you're in Berwick, you're registered with Well Close Surgery and you're 80, then you're going to get it, and then the 79s and the 78s. How does it exactly work?
So in answer to your first question about the cross-border issues, I don't know the answer to that, but I will ask the CCG and ask them to get back to you directly.
Thank you.
In answer to the second question, it's the primary care networks who are sort of working out the vaccination programme in terms of sending out letters and contacting patients to invite them to come to an appointment. The actual prioritisation list has been put in place by JCVI. So they've sort of identified groups of patients from, you know, priority 1 down, and priority 1 is, you know, patients in care homes and residential settings, patients over the age of 80, and to a certain extent frontline health and social care workers. So that is very much the target audience for the vaccine at the moment. And once they have vaccinated all of those people as far as they're able, they'll then work down the prioritisation list to those people in sort of priority groups 2 to 6. But I think the key message that I've had from the CCG is, and from general practitioners, is for patients, please do not phone your GP. If you haven't been contacted, it's not they've forgotten you, it's because they either, you know, haven't got to you on the list, or they haven't got enough vaccine to, you know, to obviously vaccinate everybody in the first week. So their plea to me yesterday was, as I said, firstly, please don't contact your GP practice, and secondly, you won't have been forgotten.
Great, thank you. I'll just drop you an email confirming the Cornhill situation. And yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
Now,
thank you. That would be helpful. Thank you.
now I have got 4 more councillors with hands up, and that is Councillor Dickinson, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Dale and Councillor Campbell. I will take those councillors and then I will draw a guillotine under this and we'll move on with the agenda. So can I respectfully ask for snappy questions as well? Councillor Dickinson.
Guillotine, blimey. Glenn, this is probably a question for you. I don't know if you're there. I'm a little bit disappointed that, given the new restrictions, that there's been no communication with local members, certainly around some of the beauty spots surrounding small villages that rely on the cooperative and things for their supplies. We've got thousands of visitors coming to some of those country parks and then hitting the local amenities on the way home and taking the supplies. And co-ops are restocking and closing the stores and doing things to try and replenish as quickly as they can. It's just out of the area travelling into our area. I've raised it on a number of occasions with the executive director, especially when my area was top of the numbers, and I just would like to have some dialogue about some potential restrictions or something that can be done to prevent, and certainly some communications on the council website about saying, you know, Northumberland is beautiful, but please don't travel here right now.
Does the leader want to come in?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it's certainly something we'll look at, and we are in dialogue with officers about the communications on this, so we'll happily look at that.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Liz, a couple of questions. First one's really quick. You talked about testing in schools. Can you tell me if that's the rapid test or the more reliable longer test that takes 24 hours? My other question is about the inoculation and the rollout. Because at some point we've got to do a mass inoculation here. It doesn't matter. We seem to be going down a list very methodically, but that's quite slow. And the numbers involved there are quite low. But at some point, we're going to hit tens of thousands of people to inoculate. You know, I need to know that we're going to be ready for that. I would like to know how we're going to do it. I would like to know if we've got the inoculators lined up. If the main problem to that is the demand on supply, then how long are we going to be in this position where we're waiting for the supply to be able to do the mass of the population? Because, you know, like most members, I want everybody done next week if we can. But, you know, how are we going to do a mass inoculation where we seem to have problems doing quite low numbers compared with the county as a whole?
Thank you. So with respect to testing in schools, that testing will be done using the lateral flow devices, which provide a result in sort of 20 to 30 minutes. But for those individuals who have a positive test on that lateral flow device, we'll be asking them to do a confirmatory test to just make sure that that positive is a positive. I mean, I think the important thing to say about the lateral flow device, and in fact, almost any test, is that none of them are infallible. There'll always be, you know, you will always get some false negatives and false positives. And the lateral flow device is really there to just, you know, reduce the risk even further of introducing infection into various settings. It's certainly not, you know, if you get a negative test, it's certainly not a passport to do whatever you want. So it is. In terms of vaccination, I mean, I don't think any of us underestimate the size of the task. I think at the moment, though, that the real priority is on those clinical risk groups that have been identified by this joint committee on vaccines and immunisations. And those clinical risk groups are you know, really orientated around age, because we know that age is the biggest risk factor for individuals experiencing the really harmful effects of this virus. So in the short term, sort of phase one of the rollout of the programme, if you like, the focus is really on those high risk groups, and the intention, obviously the aspiration rather, is that by focusing on those high risk groups and vaccinating as many of those people as possible will prevent infection in those high risk individuals, and that will also result in a reduction in admissions and ultimately a reduction in deaths. Once we've vaccinated those groups, then we can think about, you know, everybody else and how we prioritise those individuals. But it is, you know, I agree with you. It is a massive undertaking, and it is going to take some time to do. But you know, the NHS has got a huge amount of experience in, you know, in delivering vaccination programmes, and yeah, they are working really hard, particularly at local level, to make sure that the supplies that they've got get into people's arms as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dale.
Thank you very much. Two questions very quickly. I have been informed that some people have already got shielding letters. I'm informed that the rest of the shielding letters will be coming out this week, and that is from professional bodies, local professional bodies. That was one question. I'm not sure if you know about them. The other one is very quickly is that I agree actually about the slight muddle of messages going out, and it's certainly not the council's fault, and they're doing very well. But I think a lot of youngsters in particular are not used to legislation, not being used to explanation about what they can do and what they can't do, and obviously any loophole they'll find, they will find. And I've brought this up before with Jim. But I think one of the big things I've come up with we need to stop the COVID-19, those people who've got COVID-19 going out. So there's two mixed messages. Is the legislation which says this is what you can't do, but you can go out and have a walk and you do this, that and the other. But actually it doesn't say if you have got COVID-19 in the middle of it, that you can't do these things. And yesterday, thank you very much, I did have a problem with people ringing up because I had some people who had COVID-19 walking about the place. And thank you for sending people over. But I just think that we need to be very clear, as Councillor Bridget said, about what our messages are if we're going to stop the virus spreading quickly and quickly further.
Thank you, Councillor Dale. I mean, in terms of the shielding letters, those shielding letters come out from central government, and I would expect that they have gone out, but I will just check whether they have been received or not. I know certainly that letters were going to be sent out locally, because obviously we're going to be supporting those individuals going forward. And then in terms of, the messages about staying at home, we can, certainly reiterate the message that, or continue to reiterate the message that, actually everybody should be staying at home. But if you've got coronavirus or you're a close contact of somebody with coronavirus, then actually it's absolutely imperative and in fact a legal requirement that you stay at home. So I'm sure that Anne and I can have a discussion and just make sure that that message is reiterated if it's become confusing.
Thank you.
Okay, final question, Councillor Campbell.
Chair, I hope you can hear me. I apologise for being late. I had major problems in actually getting connected. The question I had for Liz was, when you've had your vaccination, people are asking you, do you get any proof that you've had it, any paper proof or anything like that?
You're very crackly, Councillor Campbell, but I think you asked, do you have some proof that you've been vaccinated?
Yes, that was the question.
Okay, Liz.
Sorry, Councillor Flux, I didn't catch the question.
I think the question was along the lines of, if you've had your vaccination, how would you as an individual have proof that you've had the vaccination?
Well, I suppose you would, you might have an appointment letter. I suppose my question back would be, why would you need proof that you'd had the vaccination? But it would appear on your clinical record that you'd had that.
Okay, so you'd have clinical records to say you've had that. I don't know if anyone would ask that, but I think that's the best answer I can get for you, Councillor Campbell. Okay, thank you very much for that. I know we had some technical problems there, so thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. I go back to and thank you to Liz and Phil for those presentations. I know it's a lot of hard work, and I know there's other stuff that needs to happen as well. So without further ado, I go back to the agenda and I go back to correspondence. I didn't have any correspondence, so I go to questions to be put to the business chair, a member of the cabinet, or the chair of any committee or subcommittee in accordance with the Constitution rules and procedure number 10. Question 1 is from Councillor Hill to the leader. Councillor Hill.
Thank you. In relation to the fact that around £315,000 is being spent by this authority on refurbishing the public toilet blocks in Sea Houses and Holy Island, are the loo seats going to be lined with gold, or are taxpayers getting a bum deal?
Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you. The answer is neither. As you may or may not know, up and down the country, councils have closed or are closing public toilets. This administration is going against this trend because we feel public toilets are exceptionally important, not just for residents, but also for visitors. And so that's why we are investing in good quality toilets. And we've made a start on our most heavily used ones in the key tourist destinations, for example, Bamborough last year, and now Holy Island and Sea Houses. This work was carried out under normal tender process, but there is a substantial amount of work to be done, which will renew and replace a number of areas within these toilets, and that will take a number of months. And additionally, we are creating what are called changing places, which are fully accessible toilets in both of these, taking the number in the county of changing places from 5 to 7. Now, town and parish councils have been asking for public toilets to be given more attention, more money and more improvement. And we think that this is something that's very important that we take up. So whilst they've been asking for this for years and years and years, we are now beginning to make this investment. And we are therefore delivering on their wishes. And we have plans for more. So all I can say is keep an eye out for the budget, which is coming, and you will see that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leader. I think that the chair has got some technical issues. I want to just carry on with this one, please. Supplementary, Councillor Hill.
Thank you. So can I just confirm that you are saying that the loo seats aren't going to be lined with gold and the taxpayers aren't getting a bum deal, but you're not denying that the cost is around £315,000, and the supplementary is, which I think actually you might have answered, but can I therefore take it that other areas, Berwick, Alnwick, Newbiggin, many other places have lots of complaints about the state of their public toilets, that other areas are going to receive investment as well?
Yes.
And it is 315,000, you're not denying that?
I'm not denying anything. Why would I want to deny anything that's in the public domain? That is the cost for this piece of work. You know, that's what it's going to be.
Right, thank you for that. We'll just take a pause for a couple of minutes to try and find out where Barry is. I'll give him a ring.
Would it be appropriate to pause the live stream for a moment?
Several of my residents have raised concerns about the cost and functions of the Council's international team, particularly the costs involved, and whether there are any. Could some reassurance be provided?
Right. Bad reception again. Can I ask everybody to make sure they have muted there as well? And give you a couple of seconds for that. Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Councillor Cosby. I'm afraid I'm not really in a position to give you that reassurance at the moment.
I think it's a rather succinct answer from Councillor Oliver. Councillor Crosby, is there supplementary to that?
Yes, thank you. It was a very short answer, and not what I expected from a cabinet member when a question is put to him. If I'm right in thinking, if there's no benefits for this international team, surely it should be scrapped and cost saving made. But having said that, can you provide me with an assurance that the national team will be looked at as a matter of urgency by the relevant committee ahead of the next budget debate?
Yeah, I mean, apologies for the brevity of the answer, but I don't want to give reassurances that I can't sort of support with full facts. So I'm yes happy to support any request for scrutiny. I think it's important that we scrutinise everything we do, and I'm not saying that the international business isn't a worthwhile exercise. I'm just saying I'm not in the position to give you that assurance. So yeah, I'll support that, and I'll contact you between now and the next meeting.
Thank you.
Right, I'm just going to check across the screen. I know Councillor Dungworth's left the meeting, trying to log back in, so and see how we are actually going at the moment. Michelle, in comms,
yes.
Are we getting any clearer to getting the chair back?
Yeah, they're just restarting the equipment and working on it, but Barry's happy for you to carry on the meeting for the time being, and I'll get reconnected with Councillor Dungworth.
That's fine, thank you. Next question is question 3 from Councillor Hill to the leader.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And like Councillor Crosby, I really look forward to finding out what happened since the very happy smiling faces and photo of current and future and past members of the Cabinet in relation to the international business. So it'll be interesting to see what's happened since those happy smiling faces and signed contracts. My question, you have indulged me, to the leader. Are you aware of any suggestions or attempts by members of your administration to put this authority into special measures?
No, I was aware that opposition members raised this a few months ago, but I have heard of nothing recently from anyone. So if you have, please let me know. But actually, I don't really know what the point of this question is, but why anyone would even think of suggesting that this council might go into special measures. Let me just remind the councillor that despite this national COVID crisis, and we've just had 45 minutes explaining just how serious this is, our fantastic staff have continued to deliver. Our investment in leisure and schools has continued. Our investment in roads and pavements, including significant amounts of money in Berwick, keeping the county clean and tidy, investing in projects throughout the county, in Wooler, Berwick, Blythe. The whole of the southeast will benefit from the Northumberland line. And we are acknowledged as a leading council in the work that we're doing on climate change. All of this comes from strong political leadership and strong officer support, and a staff that are second to none. Thank you.
Councillor Hill, a supplementary.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I see that the leader hasn't made a New Year's resolution to stick to the question that's been asked. You say that you're not aware of any attempts by members of your administration. There has indeed been rumours on various sources that members of your administration have sought and lobbied people, including members of Parliament, to get this administration put into special measures, which is an
And your question, please, Councillor Hill.
suggestion. So supplementary, if these rumours are true, and it's if, what would the leader say about that?
If the rumours are true that members have asked members of Parliament for this council to be placed in special measures, I'd be most interested to hear about that. I certainly have no knowledge of that.
Fine, thank you, Leader. Councillor Dungworth, back with us yet or not?
Chair, we seem to have a number of our members who have been kicked out who can't get back in. I'm sure it's not intentional.
I was going to say something there, Scotty. It's beyond my means.
Councillor Dungworth
still
hasn't
seems to be-
come up as trying to get connected back in, and I haven't had a phone call from her either.
Sorry, Michelle, she's not back in. Is that what you're saying? She's still coming, trying to get back
That's
in.
correct.
She's saying she's still trying to get back in. It's not allowing her to connect.
Right. I'm now going to go on to question 5. Keep the session going from Councillor Heppel to Councillor Riddle.
Councillor Heppel had to leave the meeting. I wrote to the business chair as well last night to say that we'll just accept a written response to that one.
Right. I would still like to ask it if it's okay. And it's in 2018-19, big announcements were made about housing ambitions, despite the administration reducing the housing numbers by withdrawing the core strategy and leaving the council without a plan. Can you advise us how many affordable rental properties the council has actually built? Councillor Riddle, are you going to prepare a written response to that one?
I will prepare a written response to that. That's no problem at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. I'm now back in the Zoom meeting.
And I think the term, whew.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for deputising in my absence.
Are you aware that Councillor Dungworth is out of the meeting, trying to get back in, so we've skipped number 4.
She's just appeared back into the meeting. She's just finishing reconnecting.
Okay, well, I'll move on to question 6 while she sorts herself out. And question 6 is from Councillor Grimshaw to the leader. Councillor Grimshaw. Hello, Councillor Grimshaw. You're on mute.
Terribly sorry, Chair. That's my fault. Sorry. I'll start again. A former leader famously said that County Hall merely needed a lick of paint to be brought back up to standard for our employees and the functions of an organisation this large. Can he tell us how much has been spent to date renovating County Hall?
Leader.
Chair, I think I'm taking this question, if that's okay. The spend to date has been 6.34 million.
Okay, Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you. May I ask if we can have confirmation of exactly what you've spent the money on to date, because we're not quite aware, we haven't been informed exactly what you've spent the money on. But I've actually asked this question now. This will be the 3rd time I've asked this particular question. And what was in it was, I asked at various meetings, was what was the revenue forecasted pre-COVID for letting out office space? How much revenue do you predict once renovations are complete to justify the investment? And I would also like to know why you think that businesses would be interested in coming into an old building that's been renovated, and that now our officers are actually working in the new way of working and will be continuing to do so after COVID. So I would just like to know how much revenue you'll be expecting coming in after the lockdown's over, and if businesses will you agree with me that businesses possibly, I think the same as Northumberland County Council, that they will indeed be working from home, and it will also have a significant impact on costs for NCC and businesses, and also for the green commitment we've got. Thank you. And could I just say, that I mentioned this on last month. Well, I think it was November. Just let me go back to it. And I asked. It was on the agenda. It was on the minutes of this meeting this morning, and the last one was on page 8 for the last November meetings, that I would get a written response. And this is the third time I'm asking, and to date I still haven't received a one from the first time I asked. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver.
Apologies, Councillor Grimshaw. I wasn't aware that there'd been a request for a written response on County Hall. But anyway, you've got the figure now. It's 6.34 million, and we can give you a bit of a breakdown in terms of how that money has been spent to date. Another councillor has asked for it recently, and I emailed it to her a couple of days ago. So I'll forward you a copy of that email. I think there's a few points worth making. Is I can sort of announce today that we will be reducing the budget on the County Hall refurbishment by £3 million in the forthcoming budget, and that's currently our plan. And so I think that we've got to bear in mind that ways of working are changed, and probably changed irrevocably as a result of COVID. So I think that's a key point. There's been no assumptions in any budgets thus far that I'm aware of about any firm revenue from renting out part of County Hall. I'm aware that it is an option, and it has been considered as an option in the past, but it certainly hasn't been included as a revenue stream in any budget. You're also aware that there's a separate sort of County Hall solar panel capital proposal going through. Well, so it's been agreed, but it's being delivered. So there is and there are also that's the solar carport at the rear, and there are also as part of the refurbishment plans to improve the green credentials of the building. I think you'll also be aware that the alternative plan, had we not been elected in 2017, was to build a brand new county hall in Ashington with a cost of somewhere, and I don't know, I wasn't a councillor then, but somewhere between 32 million and 80 million. So if we sort of split the difference, then we've probably got a cost of around about 56 million, which would seem a reasonable estimate. We'll be spending a quarter of that, and we'll have a building which has more capacity and more space, and will be as fit for the future as any new build would have been. So I think the people of Northumberland clearly didn't want that money to be spent in 2017, and we're taking a much more prudent and sensible approach. There is no point spending somewhere between 32 million and 80 million on moving thousands of jobs 9 miles down the road, and it clearly wasn't popular with the electorate of Northumberland, nor was it popular with the residents of Ashington as well. I think Ashington Town Council did a survey, and they asked people what they would like in terms of a town centre development. There were 9 options, and the 8th option was new office space. So there were 7 things that they would have rather have had, and so I think that hopefully answers your question. But I will give you a written breakdown of the money spent so far.
Thank you very much. Question 4 from Councillor Dunworth.
Sorry, Chair. I had me up to just get clarification for Councillor Oliver, because once again he's misinformed people.
Councillor Grimshaw, you've asked your question. You've had an answer. Yes. You might not like the answer, but you've had an answer. So can I go to question 4, which is Councillor Dunworth?
Thank you, Chair. Before I ask my question, I am really concerned about this meeting today and people's connections.
You're not the only one.
Yeah, but I'm raising it in terms of we need a plan for this, so that when people drop out, it actually doesn't make it a meeting anymore when people are just shut out of a meeting. So we need a plan for adjournments or something.
I'm quite happy to discuss that after the meeting with you, Councillor Dunworth, and with whoever's necessary. I'll invite you to ask your question.
Yeah, on the subject of which. So I and other members have had members of the public raising concerns about the behaviour of some of our members on council meetings. I'm having to read this off my phone because I can't get two screens up on my computer at the moment, so bear with me. Particularly towards women members of the council, and the behaviours include shouting at, talking over and ridiculing. What's the leader's view about this?
Councillor Sanderson.
Well, the code of conduct is very clear. And number 1 in the code says that you must treat others with respect. And this does not discriminate against any genders. It includes all genders. But I too receive complaints and concerns from the public and from members of staff at what they see and describe as dismay at what some members put on their social media pages. One said, often we seem to be making progress and then more negativity is brought forward by some opposition members.
Point of order, this is not answering the question.
The need for respect is not, I hope you're not shouting me down, are you, Councillor?
No, I'm asking you to answer the question, which wasn't about social media, it was about behaviours in meetings. Could you please answer that question?
Right, well, I think you've just, if you don't mind me saying, you've just made an example of yourself there by shouting me down when I'm in the middle of explaining my answer. My answer is, do you want me to continue, Chairman?
If you wish to continue, Councillor.
I would, yeah, I would, because I'm halfway through the answer and I'd like to get to the end if I can before I get shouted down again. I was talking about code of conduct and respect for other members as being paramount. I said that behaviour in meetings is obviously very important, but it isn't just confined to meetings. It's confined to how we behave ourselves on social media. And actually every piece of negativity affects our staff who work so hard to make this council work so well. And it affects the council, it affects the county. So whilst it may seem clever to some to put nasty negativity and disrespectful posts on social media, it's highly damaging for the council, and I wish people wouldn't do it. I think what I would say in summary is the code of conduct is very clear about the need for respect, and I hope very much that the leader of the opposition will agree with me on that.
Supplementary, Councillor Dungworth.
Leader of the opposition is absolutely calling for respect and asking for respect in meetings, which isn't being shown in meetings. Now, the very fact that this is raised by members of the public and you are unwilling to give a straight answer to that question about what you are going to do as leader of this council about behaviours by members of your council in meetings speaks volumes in terms of what respect you have for the residents of Northumberland. And I think it is inexcusable of you to bring officers into this when this question was about member-to-member conduct. And I expected better, but I shouldn't do really, should I? Because you're obviously not going to give an answer as to what's going to be done about that.
Councillor Sanderson.
Okay, thank you for that. The question doesn't what you've asked me is, what do I feel about it? And the answer I've given is what I feel about it, which is that respect is absolutely paramount between member to member, member to officer and member to the public. So
my question is, what are you going to do about it, Councillor Sanderson?
Councillor Sanderson, do you wish to continue?
Well, I will, but you know, I don't like being interrupted like this because it's not very polite and it's not very respectful. But I will continue and by simply saying that if there are problems, if there are instances when disrespect is shown by member to member, member to officer, whether in a meeting or in the written, in writing or on social media, I think those things need to be taken up and taken seriously because the code of conduct is absolutely clear.
Thank you.
I've raised those matters with you and they haven't been dealt with.
Question 7.
That is a question today to council.
Question 7 from Councillor Gallagher to the leader. I know Councillor Gallagher isn't here, but I think that Councillor Sanderson may wish to answer.
Yes, thank you. If I may, because the question did concern officers because they weren't quite sure what the question was about. So if I may just quickly touch on it, the free tree for every household was something that was very important to this administration as part of the Climate Change Action Plan, because it encouraged all residents to be part of the bigger picture as far as climate change is concerned. So last summer, we began this by offering 10,000 trees, and within 4 days, they were all taken. So we offered another 5,000, and they've all been taken as well. So I think it's really important to say that each tree, along with their biodegradable tree guard, costs £2. £2. And I'd also like to say thank you very much indeed for Rachel Bruce, who promoted the scheme and made it so successful, and for all the team for their enthusiasm for making the free tree offer work so well. And we look forward to rolling it out again next year. Thank you.
Question 8 is Councillor Dunn to Councillor Jones. Councillor Dunn.
Thank you, Chair. Despite being the last in the region to do so, I believe that this council has now agreed to provide a free phone number for vulnerable people in Northumberland to contact the council for support. And actually the question was to the leader. And second part of the question was, will the leader confirm that this free phone line will continue after the pandemic?
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. The free phone number was set up on a pay monthly basis, so there's no end date as such. It would depend on take-up, cost, and budget as to whether we extend it out in terms of duration or including other lines. It would also be worth mentioning that we intend to open the customer service centres and community hubs as soon as it is safe to do so. So that means there will be free of charge walk-in facilities too, with active signposting and local visibility, which will be the most effective and appropriate response for residents.
It's supplementary, Councillor Dunn.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jones, for that answer. But I mean, I totally support this initiative, and I do believe that for some residents, it will be an absolute lifeline. But again, my original question was to the leader. Can the leader confirm when this free phone number actually will be available for residents? Is it available now? And how will it be publicised for both the public and for elected members? Because I don't believe all elected members know about it.
In that case, Councillor Dunn, I will make sure that this full information is given out, both throughout the members and on the website.
Thank you. I mean, I just don't know how we can advise people of it if we're not aware of it, really. And I was only made aware through a correspondence with an officer. So I think it's important to evaluate it going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Dunn. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Question 9 is from Councillor Dickinson to Councillor Renner Thompson. Councillor Dickinson.
Thank you, Chair. Nice straightforward one, which I'm sure everyone supports. Fostering adoption should be the top priority for our council. Following the recent publication of Adoption North East's annual report, can the member confirm that a thorough review of Adoption North East will take place to ensure value for money in the interests of Northumberland children?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Dickinson. Of course, fostering and adoption is a top priority for the council. As part of the oversight and scrutiny of Adopt North East, there are regular operational and strategic meetings in place to assess the work of the agency and ensure that children are being matched and placed accordingly. A range of actions have been put in place to underpin the ongoing development and improvement of the service, which includes, as you said in your question, a planned review of the funding structure and contributions from all constituent authorities. Also, I'd add that I meet regularly with the other regional lead members, so Paula Holland in Newcastle, Olwyn Gunn, Durham, Gary Haley, Gateshead, etc. And we as a group have been clear that we want a greater scrutiny role of the agency. So if it all goes to plan, we will become the scrutiny body of that agency. And I'm happy to keep you updated with how that progresses.
Supplementary, Councillor Dickinson.
Thank you, Councillor Renner Thompson. Obviously, you'll have read the report, and there was some concerning data in there about a comparative compared to when we operated the services ourselves. In terms of, I mean, I'm not saying that the quality is not the same, but in terms of placements and support for the children and placement numbers. So I suppose I welcome your comments on the additional scrutiny and the scrutiny that will be made available to the leading members of the agency. But in turn, what would the time frame be of that for a review in terms of the finances and the data that we collect from the organisation itself about Northumberland children and families?
This year, and it's ongoing as we speak. I don't have a definite weeks, months, days answer for you, but get in touch with me and I'll find out and I'll let you know what the timescales are on that. And in terms of your comments about where we are now compared to when we looked after our own adoption policy, as you're aware, the regional adoption agencies were something that's been adopted nationwide, and we didn't have a choice whether we went in with that or not. But we are doing our damnedest to make sure that that regional adoption agency is the best it can possibly be, and as good as our own adoption agency was.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the questions done with. Councillor Hutchinson, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you'll allow me to make a comment on Councillor Dunworth's question or not.
No, I will disallow that at this time. Thank you. Okay. And Councillor Hill, do you have your hand up as well? Is it point of order?
Yes, it is. One of the benefits of social media, there's a downside, is it actually it's a point of order. I'm just explaining where I'm coming from. So members of the public are actually taking interest and say, oh, I didn't know this, and then they ask questions. Can I ask, in regard Councillor Oliver's response to the international business, was that his response, and was there the response from an officer?
Councillor Hill, I wasn't in for part of that answer. I don't know the issue. I think it might be best if that was asked out with the meeting.
If you could confirm that after the meeting.
Okay, I'll move on to point 7 on the agenda, to receive the minutes of the Cabinet meeting held on Tuesday the 10th of November 2020 and on Tuesday the 8th of December 2020. Do we receive those minutes? Councillor Dale has a hand up.
Could I just ask the Cabinet meeting of the 8th of December, and I'm just asking if we've had a settlement from the government yet, because at the scrutiny committee later on there was no settlement as yet, because basically the leader did promise that all members could attend a scrutiny meeting where they would have the opportunity to have a look at all the budget papers and ask questions. And I just wondered, when that was going to be, but obviously when we get the settlement, I'm not sure it's going to be a good one, a poor one, whatever what it's going to be like. But obviously we will need that information before we can move further. So maybe some advice you could give us, Councillor Sanderson?
I think Councillor Oliver wants to come in on that.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take this question if you don't mind, Councillor Dale, because it's sort of relevant to my portfolio. We had a spending review confirmation just before Christmas, and I'm delighted to say it was very positive. So we are, I think we exceeded our expectations, and we are being very well, it's never generous, central government funding for local government. It's never enough money because we could always spend much more. But it's good news, and that will be reflected in the budget that we present in February. So yeah, we got some basically better than expected. In terms of the scrutiny meeting, I can't remember the precise date, but it is it's the corporate services meeting. I think it may be, or we'll circulate details to all members, but all members are invited to that meeting.
Can I just ask, can I just say it was Councillor Sanderson who promised me, and my question was to him. So all I wanted him was to say he would confirm that we would all be invited to the meeting as he promised us.
Yeah, well, I can confirm that.
Councillor Sanderson, did you wish to speak?
Thank you.
No, that's always been the way, and it would be very much what we're doing with the budget this year. As I think you know, Mr. Chairman, is taking a much broader look at it. We're inviting the public to get actively involved in it, and we also want all members to have the option to have their say also.
Thank you there. So I assume we received those minutes then. Thank you very much. I go to the next item on the agenda, item 8, and it's to receive and consider minutes of the following committees. The first one is Corporate Services and Economic Growth Overall Scrutiny Committee. I go to Councillor Bourne.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to, before I move the minutes, just to give Councillor Dale reassurances as the chair of the Joint Scrutiny Committee. I've already given instructions that all non-scrutiny members will be invited and asked to let us know if they intend to virtually attend before the meeting, so we can have an idea about numbers and format of Zoom or Teams, etc. So just to give Councillor that reassurance, and those members will be allowed by the chair to speak and address the meeting as members of, even though they're not members of the scrutiny committee. But moving on, I'd just like to move the minutes of the committee as they appear in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purvis has his hand up.
Can I just ask, with respect, can I ask a question? It's on page 52, under 66. Can I just ask, is the declaration of interest by Councillor Oliver, is that a rolling declaration of interest, or is everything to do with finance, or should it be a rolling declaration of interest with things to do with finance? Thank you.
Happy to take that, Chair. No and no.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Swinburne.
Thank you, Chair. It's with regards to the item on page 52, item number 68, the Dignity at Work update, which relates to Respect at Work council employees. What I wanted to ask on this is with regards to all members. Now, I dialed into a meeting last night, and it wasn't a meeting of this authority. And I dialed in, as most members do, like a few minutes early. Now, this item that we have in front of us is with regards to employees. It relates to positive behaviours through increased awareness, avoiding behaviour that made anyone feel uncomfortable, degraded, upset, victimised. When I dialed into this meeting last night, as I say, a few minutes early, I just caught, and there was another one of our own members on that meeting as well, I just caught a discussion of elected members who were given derogatory comments, and some of a quite personal nature, with regards to our elected members of Parliament. Now, there was members of staff and employees on that committee meeting, and I feel it's completely inappropriate and unacceptable. As I say, they weren't our staff, they weren't our elected members, but it's inappropriate that members of staff have to be subjected to those types of comments by elected members. It wasn't while the meeting was ongoing, but I would like to ask that everybody is aware that our staff don't need to put up with this type of stuff. If people have their own opinions, their own ideas and thoughts, there's a place to do that, or keep them to yourself. And our staff don't need to be subjected to that type of thing. It's bad enough that some of us have to put up with it, if it's an opposition member or whatever. Some of us don't like to hear those sort of things. Our staff don't need to hear it. And I appreciate that this is a staff thing, but I think as members, we need to think about these things as well, and not be sat there in meetings, what some people might class as banter or whatever, but the staff are there to do a job and they don't need to hear some of this. So that's just what I wanted to say, and just ask that maybe as members, we need to think about these things as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for all that. I'll go over to yourself. Actually, Councillor Dickinson, have you got your hand up?
I have. It was just to echo the points made by Councillor Swinburne. I don't think staff members need to hear or be subjected to any of that, and I think it goes wider than that. I'm pleased Councillor Swinburne was in a meeting that isn't of our authority and experienced something like that, but unfortunately some of our members of staff appear to find themselves subjected to unacceptable behaviour in some of our meetings, and I think we've all got a duty to pull up members of this council, whichever political colour, if they are behaving inappropriately towards officers of this council. They're here to do a job. They're not here to be spoken to inappropriately or treated in an inappropriate way by anybody, regardless of their seniority within the political sphere of the council. And I think this report clearly indicates a lot of good work that's happening, a lot of things that are being addressed. I'm really pleased with some of the committee's requests of the additional information to come forward as well. I don't know if the chair of the committee has any time frame on some of those additional items that were requested by the committee. In term, will it be the next meeting, or does it?
I haven't received an update on whether that will be available for the next meeting or not.
Okay.
But bearing in mind the next meeting is going to be the joint meeting of the budget that we discussed earlier, so I might get to have time to do that. So it may be the meeting after. But
fair enough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I go over to Family and Children's Services. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dale, have you got your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to make a point about the debt, the unpaid council taxes, and the concern that was raised earlier on. And I think the main problem I have is that when we set the budget every year, we do agree the council tax and NNDR recovery policy, and that actually is laid down in law. So there are all kinds of acts. There's 1932, there's loads of acts that are amendment. And this council, of each of these people who do not pay their or have a debt, and the council hasn't acted on them, unless there's a good enough reason, the council actually is in breach of that law. There are two laws, and if you look at them, we agree it every year. We have to, it's part of our constitution. And I think we need to look very carefully at the constitution. What we're doing is actually agreeing something we have to agree by law, but we need to keep to those laws, and we need to ensure that the officers are able to, because in fact, you know, we could say, well, the officers, why had there been a breach in the law in various cases? And I don't think we need to keep officers to account because they know the position. But I think we need to look at that more closely, please.
Okay, noted. Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Just following on to Councillor Dale's point, a point of information specifically on the matter of members paying council tax. I did inquire of that myself because it could have serious repercussions for the council if a member who is in arrears, which is defined as 2 months in arrears in council tax, it's actually legal for them not to declare it and vote in a budget, etc. What I found out is that since May 2017, no member of the council has ever been in council tax arrears. So I think I'll just make that point of information regarding the issue of members and other debt. Yeah, that absolutely does need to be looked into, but on the specific matter of council tax debt, unless it's happened over the last month or two, nobody's ever been in arrears.
8.2 Family and Children's Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Councillor Swinburne.
Thank you, Chair. I put forward the minutes for the Family and Children's Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee for the meetings Thursday the 5th of November 2020 and Thursday the 3rd of December 2020.
Okay, Councillor Hill, do you have your hand up? No, I don't think you do. Councillor Dickinson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Page 70, 106, where it refers to free school meals and the provision of. Obviously, we're in a different time now. We're in a new lockdown position. We've got schools closed across the county. We did have a thorough review taking place nationally on the voucher scheme and various arrangements for schools and families previously following the complaints and issues relating to the first scheme. I'm just wondering if an urgent briefing can be sent out to members about how it's being handled this time, so members are aware and can provide support to those families who need it, whether it just be advice of how to access. I'm sure schools will be doing their best to communicate with everybody as well, but there are people that slip through the net, and I'm not entirely clear what the current arrangements are for this particular lockdown period.
I believe Councillor Renner-Thompson is indicating on that one.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dickinson. It's a point well made. The system that was set up over Christmas, the hug vouchers or the COLT vouchers for the more some of our more rural areas, is being rolled on and continued. So during this lockdown period, the vouchers and so on are simply continuing on. Happy to ask officers to get a briefing out to all members. It's a fair point. We'll do that ASAP.
Councillor Dungworth. You're on silent, Councillor Dungworth.
Yeah, sorry, I think mine is similar to Councillor Dickinson's really, but mine's under item 98 on page 62-63, which talks about the COVID recovery report for schools. Obviously, we're in a very different position than we were in November regarding education and the U-turn that was made this week. And I really would like information, please, on the provision of laptops to children and young people who haven't had access to them, because I do know that the original order that was supposed to go out to schools was cancelled in the summer, and schools didn't receive the laptops that they were promised at that time. This is going to go on, I think we're all aware, probably until at least April, and children and young people have absolutely got to have access to learning online. So I would like a report on that, please.
I think Councillor Oliver might be wanting to respond to that.
Thank you, Councillor Dungworth. Yes, it's an important issue that everybody has access to remote learning. Something I discussed yesterday with a senior officer, and there are two programs. It's not necessarily laptops, in some cases it's tablets, but we received some money from the North of Tyne Combined Authority, and that was being used to provide equipment. And then there was also a direct receipt from the DFE, and that's also being used. I think both of those have been are being rolled out. There's also some other stuff where I think a private company has donated hundreds of old devices, and that's being worked through in terms of getting those reformatted and software loaded and access and so on. And also some work on old council devices as well. But we will get a report circulated to all members on progress on all of those great initiatives.
Thank you for that, and that's good. But we've had a lot of broken promises over this. So I really want to see something with some very specific timelines in.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any broken promises, but certainly the delivery, I think, has been.
I'll send you the emails that schools received this summer cancelling the orders they were going to get. But the other thing I want to say under this one, and I was actually talking to Guy Renner-Thompson, who is the portfolio holder, I believe, for education, is I'm sure he is aware the stress that our staff within schools are under at the moment. I think this new year and the different plans that were in place over a 3-day period have been incredibly difficult for them, particularly those of them in high schools with children facing or were facing exams this year. I really think we need to make sure that we are giving as much support as we possibly can to those leaders in school, because they too are dealing with their own personal issues around COVID and the stresses, as well as trying to care for our children and young people.
Councillor Renner-Thompson wants to come in.
Yeah, on your first point, Councillor Dungworth, about the orders being cancelled on the laptops, I would actually really like you to send that to me, because it's not something that I had been made aware of. Obviously, we're past the time now, but it just to be able to be aware of that and raise that with officers and see what actually happened there.
It wasn't us that cancelled them, it was the government, sorry. So it's not our officers' fault, they were coming from central.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it is our officers' fault, but if they were aware of that, or if they may not be aware of that, and if we're aware of that, then maybe we can help. And there is a new scheme that's just been launched in the last few days. If a parent or carer needs an electronic device, they can apply to the school. The school then applies to the DFE, and then it comes through the system. But as Councillor Oliver says, there are other things ongoing. Your other point about supporting senior staff at schools, well, and all teachers, we're doing exactly that. I mean, I can't say any more about our staff and how hard they've worked over the Christmas holidays. They haven't really had a Christmas holiday. Supporting head teachers and senior staff across all our schools. They've been absolutely exemplary. And likewise, so have the staff in those schools, and we are supporting them in all ways we can, materially and with social care and any sort of mental health support, because we know that they're under huge stress at the moment. So yeah, we're doing everything we can to support them.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Oliver.
Sorry, just one last question. Apologies, Councillor Dunn. The reason I chipped in at that point was because IT is in my portfolio, so there was a relevance. But it's also worth pointing out that the government have just announced a scheme in terms of extra broadband capacity for people using mobile devices. So that's been publicised. I think it started this morning or yesterday afternoon. But that's another issue that we need to address in terms of shared access within houses to a 4G advice where there isn't a fixed broadband line. So we'll be working on that, and I'll work with Councillor Renner-Thompson to make sure that we provide a really strong coordinated response.
Councillor Bridget.
Yes, can I just echo what Councillor Renner-Thompson just said there? I know that a lot of our executive team were working over the Christmas and New Year period, but and I'm going to say it because she is a senior member of staff. Audrey Kingham, the work that woman has put in this past week in particular has been nothing short of stellar, and she deserves every bit of credit because she's been working very late into every evening, and she is a credit to this council.
Thank you. I think we will echo that. I'll go to Health and Wellbeing Overview and Scrutiny Committee, page 73 to 78. Councillor Bainan.
Thanks, Chair. Delighted to present the minutes of the Health and Wellbeing Overview and Scrutiny Committee for the 3rd of November.
Thank you. I don't see anyone indicating there. I will go to page 79, Health and Wellbeing Board, Councillor Dodd.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Heavily dominated by COVID. There was 2 meetings and I present these minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone indicating, so I'll go to page, do beg your pardon, Councillor Dale.
Yes, can I just say that, and I don't think talking about our staff and speaking about our staff, when you look at the minutes and the amount of time and the hours of work our Public Protection team, Liz Morgan, Phil Soderquist, Kelly Angus, Daljit Lally have put in to the COVID and since March last year, and the amount of work, and it's seen by the agenda items, the minutes, the questions. It's continuous, and I know when I have to email them, they're very fast with their response, and they're so helpful. And I think that the council itself has lots and lots of questions from local residents about concerns. So we're talking about the high school, the education staff who've done wonders, but actually there's an awful lot of other people, staff who actually have been, I'm amazed by them actually. And also there's people on the roads, the people, all our staff, I can't say that they've all been exceptional, and they are living through difficult times. And actually, I think they all should, I think we should praise them all, because that's how I feel. I feel very strongly that they've done such a wonderful job, and my gosh, they've got more work to do as well.
I think everyone would second your comments, Councillor Dale. I go over to page 91, Audit Committee, Councillor Hill.
Thank you. I present the minutes of the Audit Committee held on the 25th of November 2020, and they are set out on your pages 91 to 102.
Thank you. Does anyone? I can't see anybody indicating, so I'll go. Oh, Councillor Dale.
Sorry, I just don't get time to get through. Yeah, just going back, Councillor Hill. It's about a while ago we asked you, promised us that you would do a proper audit on the lighting project, and the external. You would have an audit and you'd come back with it, because obviously the meeting was held in pink paper, and there was I raised governance issues and other issues. And it was promised at the meeting at the time that you would make a full audit. The audit would look at it because it's a matter of governance. So can I just make that written, please?
Yes, of course. When we had, when you raised that, Councillor Sanderson in his then post agreed that that would be a worthwhile project. I have raised that previously. It is taken a rather long time, and obviously there's been other matters that have, you know, the audit team are hard pressed, but that is a prompt for me to chase that up, and I'll directly let you know and others at the next meeting where we're at with that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Dickinson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Hill, I just wondered in relation to page 100.63, urgent business governance framework. I just read that and I just wonder if there's a visual. Is there a visual? In terms of a flow chart or something that we're allowed to see or not?
There is a visual that was shared with audit members at the extraordinary meeting. I think we did discuss and that we would be happy for all members to see that. So again, I'll double check with the auditors, but I think that would be worthwhile all members seeing.
Thank you. I'll just put the text into context if you see what I mean with a visual.
Thank you. I go on to point 6, Constitutional Working Group, page 103 to 114, and that is me presenting those minutes to the council. Councillor Dale is indicating.
Oh yes, well, I'm always very interested in constitutions because I was always very much involved with them. Can I just go back to the bottom of page 105, which comes under rules of debate, rule 12. And I just would like, sorry, it says, Councillor Dodd referred to the practice of members feeling they had a right of reply in a debate if they had been named. Mrs. Elwood replied that this was not contained within the Constitution, although paragraph. I do feel that if a named person is named, that they should have the right to reply. I've, over a period of time, had negative reports made about me, which are totally untrue, but in the public domain. And I feel very cross when if I felt that I wasn't able to stand up and say, I'm sorry, but actually what you've said is incorrect. And I've had that quite a few times within the county council office where it's actually could be seen as bullying. But actually we do need to have that right to stand up and just say, I'm sorry, that is incorrect. And will you please apologise?
Councillor Dow, if I can come in on that.
Can I just say, if that is taken out of the Constitution, I can't support that.
I'll just go back to basically the point is that often you'll get people say points of order, and what they should actually be saying, and that's just because I think we do it because it's a thing that tips off our tongue. It's really a personal explanation is really what the members should say at that stage, and I think that's what Councillor Dodd was referring to at that time, but he's got his hand up, so I'm quite happy for him to.
Yeah, we'll have a proper debate about it.
If I can come in, there was actually 2 ex-business chairs and a business chair at the meeting, and it was about the practice that the chairman has just mentioned about I've been named. We cannot take it out of the Constitution because it wasn't even in. So that's what it was seeking clarity for, because often I would sit with the legal officer and it was I've been named, I have a right to reply, and it actually is there. So it cannot be taken out because it's not in.
Okay.
It's it says a personal explanation to clarify something, which is very different. And it's actually maybe you need to broaden that and look at the rewording of that.
Okay, we note your comments. Councillor Roughhead.
Thanks, Chair. Just following on from what Councillor Dale was saying there, I think what's the definition of, what could fall under personal explanation covers what most people, when they say point of order or I've been named, things like that. I think that was fairly covered. I've just got 3 points. My first is a question of querying why the notes of 2 working groups have come to council, because during my time on the council, and I've been a member of a number of working groups, this is the first time I've seen that minutes have come to council. What usually happens, and I see we've got it later on, is that the work of the working group do the work, have the professional expertise, and they present a report on the recommendations. Because I can remember early on the council, I was part of a working group, and at the time I didn't know the exact rules of a working group, and I mistakenly thought they were public meetings, and I kind of got shouted at of saying, no, these are private meetings because they allow flexible discussions about things, but the formal recommendations in a report, not via minutes, go to council. So I just query that. My second point is on page 105, and I'm sure Councillor Dale and Councillor Hill would agree with me, because we've all been victim of this. What is a lengthy supplementary question? The word lengthy is very subjective to different people, and I think sometimes to be able to give a supplementary question, especially as a backbench member where we don't have access to the level of information that chairs of committees or executive members have, and bearing in mind for some backbench members, full council is the only meeting that they're on, it just seems that quite often than not, if you go on for more than 30 seconds, you're kind of told, hurry up, shut up, get to the point or whatever. But sometimes the point I was trying to make, it is very important for setting the context of the question, to provide that little bit of background information of why an issue, why you're asking that question, because then it might be an issue that's only relevant to one very small area. That, say, when you're putting a question into a cabinet member, that they've got a huge portfolio, that they might not understand what it's like on the ground as a local member. So I personally feel the minutes, if these are coming via that, just doesn't reflect the context I was trying to put that in. Of course, I don't agree with speaking for the speaking's sake, but sometimes I think there needs to be a little bit of leeway and understanding the angle of where the question's coming from. And then just in terms of the minutes of page 112, unfortunately, I couldn't attend the last meeting because I had a joint transport committee meeting at the same time, and I thought, given that there was the budget for regional transport and the regional recovery of transport plan, that was the priority to go to make sure Northumberland was represented, because to date it hasn't, members haven't gone to that. But just on point 20 in any other business, it talked about the constitution being part of the induction package. Well, I can recall after the last election, there was a very intense program of induction, and there was a session led by our monitoring officer, Liam Henry, that was quite intense on the constitution, and it was very, very poorly attended, because I think out of that, there was myself, Councillor Hill, Councillor Seymour, and a handful of other people, I can't recall, but the number of members who actually got a physical copy of the constitution when first elected, I can remember was certainly under 10, and I think that is a valid point, that even if you're a new member or a returning member, there should be some mandatory quick cover session on what the governance framework of the council is as of this year, because it's a constantly changing beast, that different legislation comes in, and it's no harm making sure members know the latest provision. And I can appreciate we're trying to be efficient and green, and we might not want to print off 67 copies of the constitution, but for members who are a little bit nerdy like myself who like it, then updated constitutions should be made available to them. So that's just my point of the question.
Thank you for that long and detailed point. I would say, in answer to those points, the first point you raised about being on the minutes, yeah, I understand that. However, I think it's useful in terms of the fact we are debating this. We've got further points in the agenda about this, and I haven't got anything to hide as chair of that committee, I'll be perfectly honest.
Can I respond please to Councillor Redfern? Just to say, I understand, can I just say, when we first went through LGR in 2008, 2009, there were very few of us who had to write the original constitution. And I can tell you, nobody's really interested in it because it's full of legislation. But but actually it's once it gets away from the legislation, the same way you've got your choice, and that's where it becomes difficult and actually more political. But all the way through, the councillors were informed, because it's such the one thing we have an issue with is that there is no regular updates from the monitoring officer as to the change in legislation. And I know that the Constitution hasn't been updated since 2016. And the monitoring officer, or whoever's in charge of the Constitution, should actually be updating the Constitution Working Group all the way through. Because as you said, there's new legislation that comes in all the time. And that is very important, because the council can be in breach of the law.
Thank you, Councillor Dale. That's why this Constitution Working Group is looking at the Constitution in many respects. Point 2 about the length of questions. I will just point out it's now 17:17. We've been here nearly 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I think that indicates why we might want to be discussing the length of questions. And as a point 3, I take your point. Councillor Dodd has his hand up.
Sorry, it was left.
Oh, yeah, beg your pardon. I then go to Councillor Dickinson.
Thank you, Chair. Very quick contribution, don't worry. Firstly, thank you to you for chairing that group, because I think there has been a really cross-party dive into this. I think it was a really wise decision of the officers to bring in external support, which clearly highlighted many of the inadequacies of the Constitution as it stood. There's been really robust discussions in there as well, because as Councillor Dodd pointed out, there's 3 business chairs with 3 sets of opinions and representing different political groups. So I think we've managed to get a really good overview of all the issues and thrash out. And I think, you know, these notes demonstrate a lot of that. And there is a lot more work to be done. This Constitution was really, really inadequate for an organisation like ours. It wasn't fit for purpose, and it needed to be tackled very, very quickly, clearly. Caroline Elwood has been fantastic throughout in terms of discussing and working with the members of that group. And as I say, bringing in external support for that was very, very wise. And again, just to thank the members of the group for their contributions and allowing us to disagree respectfully and then coming up with an amendment or a change that meets the criteria that's required, but allowing for each other's opinions. I think it's been quite a good group to be on, actually, one of the better ones that I've been pleasure to be part of.
Thank you very much for those kind comments. I take them as a chair very humbly. Councillor Dungworth.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a bit of reassurance really as somebody else who's on this group. I think the reason that this particular working group unusually does report to Council is that the Constitution is the responsibility of Council, and therefore it's Council that ask it to look at issues. In terms of the Constitution being up to date, I think Councillor Dale, you'll see in the reports that we're talking about having regular meetings, that it's not allowed to slip like it has done in the past. It is a living document. People will have links to that document online, so we'll be able to make changes much quicker, to see things, to highlight things much quicker. If people want hard copies, they're perfectly entitled to hard copies, but lots of us actually don't want hard copies of things. We prefer to have things electronically, and that as a council is what we're trying to do. The issue over induction was raised by myself at the last meeting. There is often a dry piece of the council's constitution, which, to be perfectly frank, makes no sense to a lot of new members coming onto the council, and is just overpowering. And so the idea is to talk about the constitution in the context of the council working, and how it helps a councillor perform their role. So again, it's about I don't want to use the words, but it's about making the whole thing a bit less dry and a bit more sexy, so that people are interested and see why it matters, I suppose. And I think the thing about being named, again, to give reassurance to members, if people feel that they have been named and an impression has been left which is wrong, you still will have the ability to raise that. It's just the ridiculousness of I've been named, so therefore that gives me the chance to speak again. It's about reducing that. Okay.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you. It's really just to echo most of the comments that have just been made. I know it's not usual to have the minutes of the working group, but given the importance of this, given how long and complex the Constitution is, given that the flaws that are now recognised that have been in the Constitution for some time, it's really helpful to see the reasoning and reassuring to see the range of officers and experts giving advice, and looking through the minutes is really valuable comments being made by councillors on that committee, because you do need to give quite a lot of confidence in the people in that group doing that kind of detailed work, and seeing these minutes is really helpful and appreciative. So if we could please continue to have these minutes, whether it's usual or not. Appreciation to you and the group for the work you're doing.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson for the Food Poverty Working Group.
And good evening, everyone. I would like to present the minutes of the Food Poverty Working Group as they appear on the agenda.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Nisbet with a hand up.
It's just a question to the leader, really. Can the leader confirm which scrutiny committee this working group will report to, given them its importance and to follow good practice?
Councillor Sanderson, wish to come in there?
Yeah, I would think it will go. I think I've actually already spoken to the chairman of the relevant scrutiny committee and said that when there's something to report to the scrutiny committee, then that will happen. That should happen, I would think, if not this month, then next month. But this will be down to the chair of the working group ultimately.
So will this one go to the health board? Health and well-being.
Health and well-being scrutiny, I think it is.
I thought it was families and children.
Family and children, sorry.
However, we have to do a proper report, and I think if it's going to go to scrutiny, we're nowhere near putting a proper report together. I mean, to try and do the whole of the county and to try and ascertain what are the underlying issues for food and child poverty can't be done in a month. It's just impossible.
We know that, but we need to make sure that it's going somewhere to one of the scrutinies. That's what we need to do.
Yeah, well,
thank you.
Councillor Campbell. Deirdre Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Because it's been very difficult all afternoon.
It's very
Can
crackly.
you hear me?
It's very crackly. So if you could make it quite quick.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
I do apologise, and I don't know if you can.
I think I'm afraid.
If you can't hear.
I'm afraid I think we can't hear you, Councillor Campbell. I am regretful of that, and I will have to move on. But I do regret that that's the situation. Councillor Dale.
Just to say thank you very much, and just to go back, I think this is really a wonderful start of something, but going back to a bigger picture, because at the present time with COVID-19, etc., and the poverty, actually showing the issues with food poverty, but also related to the areas of deprivation. And I think we did a big piece of work, Councillor Patterson, which you might want to look at, but we did a big one, and it was within the children's services, and it was all about the Marmot Review, etc. And we had psychiatrists in. It's got a massive amount of information that you would like maybe look at, and it did go to Newcastle University. They thought it was an excellent document, and we did a tremendous amount of work, but that was in Marmot in 2015. And if you read now the latest Marmot Review, it's actually scathing that the North East has gone back. So the worse deprivation we have, the worse it gets, the more and more we're going to have all kinds of problems, but also food poverty. So it's part of the bigger picture, and I'd like to say, like Kath Nisbet, that actually we really need to get our grip on this. Nothing's been done since that report was done. It was an excellent report, and it shows the value of actually things that have gone in the past should be looked at and taken up and moved on. But this problem with the food poverty and the whole of deprivation, the amount of children in need, and the money that is having to go into these places, but actually the children, and you know, they're having a terrible start in life, and every child should have the same opportunity. So I think, Wendy, if you can grab the whole lot together and make a really big picture, because you know, we can see we've got poverty, there's poverty in Ashington, there's poverty in Predo, there's poverty, I mean, in lots of places, but we need to pick it up. We need to address it, because actually we want equality for all. Certainly, let's start with our children, because that's what I believe in. So if somebody, one of the officers will find all the reports, they're all there, but they're very valuable.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dale. I mean, we are in no doubt about the devastating effect food poverty has on people's lives, and we are taking it incredibly seriously.
Councillor Dungworth.
Thanks, Chair. I would suggest that this should go to health and well-being rather than children and families, because I think it was agreed when this group was set up that it was about food poverty generally. And poverty across the board, not just, it's obviously devastating in terms of child poverty, but there is food poverty across our communities. And so the most sensible scrutiny for me for it to go to would be health and well-being.
Okay, duly noted, I'm sure. Councillor Les Bowman.
Chair, I just want to reiterate that it isn't just child poverty, it is poverty in all sectors of our communities. It can be old age, it can be working people. It is a big problem. I know here in Seaton Valley, we got extensive problem of food poverty. We are trying to do something on a local level with a food hub, and it's absolutely soul destroying to see the amount of people who are suffering. We need to do something on a bigger scale throughout the county, not just on local levels, but throughout the county. We need to set up food hubs. We need to look at the income of various people. This issue was here before COVID-19, but COVID-19 has made it absolutely worse, and you've got working people who are actually suffering badly as well, going out, and even those who are not working because they're on furlough, they're getting 20% less of their income and so on. We've never seen anything like it. We're in dire straits, actually. We need to think big about this, how we can recover from this, and it's not a small issue. It's not just a monthly committee meeting. It needs to go right across the whole council. This is a big issue, by the way. It will be with us decades if we don't get it sorted out soon. We need to think big about this. So thank you for giving me the time to just express my sincere well, I want to thank those who are in our voluntary sector who are actually working to try and alleviate this problem. And I really do thank Communities Together team. Our Communities Together team are absolutely amazing, by the way. And I want to thank every officer who works on there. And they did actually pay a visit to this community hub in Seaton Delaval today, and I want to thank them for doing so. And let's keep the pressure on. Let's do something about it.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. And I'll go to Councillor Dickinson as his hand up, and then Councillor Stewart, and then we'll move
Sorry,
on.
Chair, really brief. I'm really pleased that this group's been set up, but I'm absolutely devastated that we need it. There are some things we need to clarify in terms of the scope and things that I'm just going to contact Councillor Patterson about separately to see if we can build some of that in, because there is a huge network of people that we need to use and pull on. And I think we've started on some of those discussions. Equally, the communities across Northumberland, including Communities Together, led by Maureen Taylor, have done a fantastic job coming together to support the most vulnerable. We've now got the free phone line in place and all the other things that I think we need to wrap around some of these families and individuals, but we really need to press this on. I think it's quite urgent, Councillor Patterson. I don't know when the next one's planned. We might already have it planned, but I think they need to be regular to get some momentum behind it, to get it going into the next stage, which I think you said at the last meeting we would try and do. So now it's a new year, we really need to get cracking with this. And thanks very much to Glenn for agreeing to set it up, and for it to be cross-party and true involvement from everybody, because it is a big Northumberland-wide issue.
Thank you, Scott. As you did say, it is cross-party, which is great, because I think it was Councillor Grimshaw who said poverty transcends politics here, and so we're all working to the same initiative. And can I just say, we're hoping that officers will be able to come back to us by the end of January, so we can hold another meeting this month, and we're just waiting to hear.
Okay. Councillor Stewart.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for Councillor Patterson for the great work she's doing. We've had discussions about this. It's not just in so-called deprived areas, it's in rural areas, and it's also in affluent areas. I have the pleasure of working with food banks on a basically daily basis, including Christmas Day, and I've been delivering parcels to the Stocksfield area, Mickley area, and also recently there's been parcels sent up to Ponteland. So really a holistic approach to this one. So please don't get drawn into particular areas of this county which we have problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. I'll move on to item 9, delegated decisions, page 119 and 120. I think we just have to note those. Do we note those? Excellent. It's not seeing anyone saying we're not. So I move on to point 10 of the agenda, motion number 1, and I pass over to Councillor Dungworth.
Thank you, Chair. Because of the timing of this council meeting falling before Christmas, this motion was put in, well, certainly last year, but at the beginning of December as well. And again, I think that events to some extent have caught up with us, but I'm still going to propose this motion. This council notes the importance of providing support to the most vulnerable families in Northumberland. In addition, we recognise that those families struggling to survive need to maintain the current level of income to provide them with the basics that every household needs. Councillors commend the work of Northumberland Together and the food banks in supporting councils across our county, families across our county, but recognise a further reduction of support would push more families into needing food bank support. We say no family should need to use a food bank in 2021. No family in Northumberland or the UK should need to access them to survive. We must provide a system that supports everyone, and in doing so, we propose the following. This council resolves that we write to the Chancellor warning of the detrimental effect of a reduction of £20 will make to families and the local economy in Northumberland, and ask that it be maintained. Press forward at speed with the Poverty Working Group to support families across Northumberland and look for sustainable solutions. Work with the Local Government Association and trade unions to make representation collectively on behalf of councils across the country about this cut, which is levelled at the most vulnerable in our communities. And that we recognise and note the increase in families in Northumberland having to use universal credit through a change in circumstance. To specifically note that at constituency levels, the people needing to access support, and this is at the beginning of December, sits at Berwick upon Tweed, 2,005 people, Blythe Valley, 33,780 people, Hexham, 1,580 people, and Wansbeck, 3,600 people. And I move that motion.
I've got Councillor Jones with her hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I mean,
I want to say is, unfortunately, it is a fact that the situation during the pandemic has led to a lot more families struggling to get by, and we've seen an increase in the demand on things like food banks as a result of COVID, and our communities have, as ever, pulled together and supported those in need. And I think we're grateful to those communities and the work of Northumberland Communities Together. So I do agree with the spirit of the motion, Councillor Dunworth. But it paints a very negative picture of what support is available in Northumberland, which is not only inaccurate, but fails to recognise the work of many people, including our own staff, the council and the government, and our own councillors, some of whom have allocated part of their small schemes money to support free school meals. The increase of £20 a week in universal credit and tax credit is an annual increase of £1,040 per year to household income for a single person, and has had a very positive effect on local claimants and the local economy. Northumberland Communities Together and the 5 food partnerships are working together to develop effective and sustainable answers to food insecurity, which will include prevention, and to work together with food waste and environmental opportunities. We're moving away from food parcels to community food, where residents can access wider support. The Poverty Working Group has taken a strategic approach to looking at this situation as well. So in recognising this and accepting the spirit of your motion, I would actually like to propose an amendment, if I may.
Chair, can I just make a point of order, please? Because we seem to have gone into an amendment without the motion being seconded, and I had my hand up to second the motion, so we're not actually able to amend it until it's been seconded. So we just need to get the correct procedure.
Is that correct procedure?
I'm happy to second it.
No. Councillor Dickinson, I think wants to second that motion. I think that's the procedure.
I apologise, sorry.
And then Councillor Jones is going to come in with her amendment. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Jones, will go back to yourself.
Sorry, does Councillor Dickinson not need to second them?
He has seconded the motion, I believe.
Okay, thank you. So, it is in the spirit, and I think the main issue that you wanted, Councillor Dunworth, is in. So this council notes the importance of providing support for the most vulnerable families in Northumberland and recognises the need for them to be provided with the basics of household need. We've seen an increase in demand for support as a result of COVID and commend the work of Northumberland Communities Together and the food banks in supporting families across our county, and acknowledge the work of Northumberland Communities Together and the food network partnerships, the food partner networks in developing more effective and sustainable answers, together with the work of the council's poverty working group to tackle disadvantage across the county. We welcome the additional government funding to support vulnerable families, including free school meals, which totalled 1.35 million in the last 6 months, and also welcome the allocation by the North of Tyne Combined Authority Recovery Fund of 500,000 to develop future projects and initiatives in our communities in Northumberland. And we recognise the council's funding to the Northumberland Community Bank of a £40,000 in grant and a further £50,000 in loan. So I therefore propose that this council welcomes the increase from the government of £20 a week in universal credit and tax credits during the pandemic, and writes to the Chancellor to ask for that increase to be extended for a further period, and recognises the work of Northumberland's Communities Together and the Poverty Working Group in supporting vulnerable families.
I think Councillor Patterson, do you want to second that?
I do, yes, please.
Thank you. Okay. Does anyone have anything to say there? Councillor Dunworth. Councillor Dunworth. You're on. Yeah.
I would like to speak to the motion. I'm really disappointed in that. I thought actually we were, when Councillor Jones wanted to speak and said that she welcomed the spirit of it, I thought that actually we were going to move forward somewhere on this, because this is about enabling people, giving people the dignity to provide for themselves, to not have to turn to us for charity, which is actually what it is. This isn't just about a pandemic. This is about recognising that people need that £20, and I would suggest more than £20, but they certainly need that £20 And the fact that it's just been put there at a time of crisis doesn't recognise the fact that that money is needed by these families. Now, I have a different vision. We didn't mention our staff because that goes without saying. Our staff have done a fantastic job. Our councillors have done a fantastic job. Our residents have done a fantastic job in supporting each other. What we want, as I say, is for people to have the dignity to support themselves and their family, and for the government to make permanent that £20 increase that's been in this short period. You know, let's actually think about how if you need an extra £20 to survive, what you are living on, what you're trying to get through on a daily, on a weekly basis. And I think it belittles it to imply that we weren't recognising the work done by our officers, where this motion is very clear. It's about wanting not to have food banks. It's about wanting not to have food pantries in community centres. It's about everybody having the same options that you and I have to go and spend our own money in whichever shops we choose to spend it in order to care for our families. So I'm really stuck here because you've made it a one or another, and that is really, really unfair. Because if we vote against your amendment, it's, oh, well, they don't care for the staff, or they don't value what we're doing. And that is absolutely not what this motion says. And you know that that isn't what this motion says. There is nothing in here that is party political. There is no reason why every single member of this council couldn't support this motion to ask the Chancellor to maintain that extra £20 a week on universal credit. Nothing at all. And as I say, I am just left really, really disappointed, because it's just playing party politics with something here.
Okay, carry on down the list of speakers here. Our next speaker is Councillor Scott Dickinson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, we're speaking to the amendment, yeah?
Yes, I believe so. Yep, that's correct.
This is a really serious issue, Councillor Jones, and I really did think when you opening remarks you were going to support the spirit in which this original motion was put forward. The context and the word changes that you've made totally changed this motion. This motion isn't about the wider issues. This motion isn't about everything else that goes on. This is about one particular issue, and that's about families receiving support. And actually, this motion's been in for nearly 3 months. So had any amendments wished to be made, discussions could have happened. And if it was true and not a political game with some of the most vulnerable people who are desperate for this finance to continue in order to keep their families afloat and prevent them having to go to the queues at the food bank that we've all seen in Northumberland, across Northumberland over the Christmas period, then we could have come to some mutual agreement on what those words would have included. But nothing that you mention relates to the original motion. No communication's been made to the presenter about the original motion, and we could have had a sensible grown-up discussion about it. Instead, we've tried to throw in, or sorry, you've tried to throw in some government initiatives, government finances, this, that and the other about wider things. Communities Together is about the wider COVID pandemic that was set up to deal with that. That isn't what this is about. This is about struggling families in Northumberland, universal credit, putting food on the table and making sure that children can get fed at home.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Dale.
Thank you very much. Can I just add one or two things to this? Because what we're doing at the moment is living through very difficult times. And in our area, in my area, I actually have one part of my ward which hasn't got one social deprivation point, not one point at all. And I think there's just about very few in England. Now, on the other hand, we have areas of deprivation as from government figures, etc. And those are close by. And I know where they are. There's one in Preddo, there's one in Hexham. And actually, I work and see people from the CAB. And the CAB are doing considerable amount of help. And do you know what all the problems are? Debt. Because they cannot afford during these times. And I'm not going into the actual areas themselves, because I know where the areas there are. But for anybody who, I've got a social responsibility, I was born with one. And I understand what debt is. I've seen it. I was brought up, I wasn't brought up in it, but I have been brought up with it and have worked in it. And actually, you know, at this special time to actually say, anybody to turn around and say, oh, you know, we don't agree with this, I can't believe it. So I'm sorry, I think it's, if it's political, play political games, but go home, and if you haven't got a social responsibility or accept it this time, think about it again.
Councillor Jeff Reid.
Thanks, Chair. This is a prime example of why I never vote for motions. I mean, the goodwill and the honesty in which Councillor Dungworth put her motion forward has just been totally undermined by a bit of manoeuvring, which what we're being asked to vote for, what you're being asked to vote for, is because I'm just not voting, because I never vote for motions, because nothing ever comes of them other than we'll get into a political spat here about how socially responsible each one of us is. You know, yes, I work in a food bank, I do this, I do that. You know, you're trying to shore up your moral position. It's shameless, really. It's absolutely shameless. When it comes to it, I shall be refusing to vote.
Okay, you finished there, Councillor Reid. I'll go to Councillor Grimshaw.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I just think everyone here should have a conscience. I mean, we know the debt that the people of that we represent the people here, and the suicide's gone up, and people. I've already raised this question and asked, you know, what happens after this £20 taken off these people, because they'll have now come to rely on that £20, and they'll have budgeted that into their, you know, whatever bills they've got to pay, and they will be in an absolute dire strait when this is taken back off them. And we've also, you know, we've reduced their tax credits and everything. It just seems to me that yes, definitely playing political gains here, because this is ridiculous. And as Councillor Patterson said before, with this poverty group, it's above and beyond politics. We should be all singing from the same hymn sheet and absolutely really getting behind Councillor Dungworth's motion to go to the government, because after all, before COVID, we were still the most deprived area, and it's 10 years of your government's austerity, and this is probably the start of why we're in the situation we are now. So please, for goodness sake, you know, vote with your consciences and not have political gains. This is nothing to do with politics. It's to do about people's lives, health and well-being, people feeding and having to have the I mean, some people don't want to go to food banks, that they'd rather starve, because I've had people phoning me up and said they would rather starve themselves, get their kids fed, but then go to stand in a food bank because they feel they've worked very hard for what they've got, and for whatever reason they've been furloughed, have lost their jobs. And these people are proud of what they've done, their background, they've worked all their lives, and now that they've got to come to this. Please, for goodness sake, back this motion as it stands and have some conscience. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dunn.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I'm just looking at the agenda we've just gone through, page 144, and, you know, I thought the point of an amendment was to leave, you know, to amend a motion slightly, to leave out words or insert words or add them. And this isn't so much an amendment as a near total rewrite of the original motion. So I can't support that in any way. I don't think members have had time to really digest it. We've had it read to her out loud. So to me, it's much more than what an amendment should be.
Councillor Hutchinson.
It's just after 10 to 6, Chairman. I can see where this is going. We've got a lot of long speeches coming out and it's going to be a long meeting. So I'm proposing we suspend standing orders. Thank you.
And carry on the meeting after 6. Okay, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just reiterate what Councillor Grimshaw said? I can add on to that every day I get a phone call, somebody on the other side of the call crying. And it is about poverty. It is about the lack of income. It is, we're in dire straits at the moment. People are suffering. If you don't vote for this motion, as it stands, without the amendments, I can see the situation just getting from bad to worse. And that's what you would be inflicting onto our community. I actually voted against the increase on council tax to people on benefits because I know the suffering that is going on behind the doors. There are mothers who are going without meals to feed their children. This is 2021, it shouldn't be happening. And we should do everything possible to rid poverty. And the best way of doing that is to give an increase of £20. And it's not about social responsibility, it's about responsibility to every individual. You know yourselves, every one of us, we can be a couple of paychecks away from poverty. Poverty can come in through the door, and when it comes in, your life is basically ruined. So I think one step forward to vote for this original motion without the amendments is the way forward. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I've got Councillor Rickaby and then Councillor Hill. Councillor Rickaby. Put your sound on, Councillor Rickaby.
Yeah, I had it. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've sat here and patiently listening to everything that everybody's said. I am a member of the working group, but I'm saddened that it's come to this, because I almost feel that I'm in an invidious position, because I agree with the motion, but I also agree with parts of the amendment, and I'm now being forced to either not vote at all or vote against one and not the other. And I just wish to God we hadn't got this far. I wish we weren't in this position. I haven't decided yet which way I'm going to go, but something needs to be done. The biggest problem I have is that when you write to the Chancellor and write to government, are they really going to listen? And that's my problem. Maybe there is another way that we should do this. Certainly with the LA7, we've achieved a lot over the last few months. We are in a terrible situation. I don't want to see anybody having to go to food banks. I do have a social conscience, but what's happened this afternoon has really put my back up against the wall, really not knowing which way to go. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. In note that the original motion mentioned Berwick, and Berwick is one of the areas that does have big pockets of deprivation. If you would just indulge me, it would just take me a few seconds to mention companies who have provided free food to people during the crisis and before: Northern Soul Kitchen, the Community Trust, Woody's Taxis, Magna Tandoori and the Brewers Arms, and there will be others who've done a fantastic job to make sure that people have got food without having to pay for it, people in difficult economic conditions. I agree with what's been said. It's really frustrating when there's a good motion like this where everyone should support, and then the other party thinks, oh, we don't want them to have the credit, let's amend it so we get the credit, and it's just really frustrating. I have sympathy with what Councillor Reid said as well about the benefit of such a motion, but I would say that thinking about lobbying for these things, the Conservative administration, Conservative-led administration, actually are in a strong lobbying position. If a Conservative-led council started putting pressure on the government and the Chancellor about issues such as universal credit, they are actually in a strong position. So I think they should consider that rather than, you know, playing this politics. Use the politics to help lobby for this. So I think it is disappointing that the administration, I don't think it was Councillor Jones, I'm sure it came up in a group meeting, I'm sure it wasn't her idea, but I'll be supporting the motion as it is.
Councillor Purvis.
Can I just say, I mean, it's a bit rich patting yourselves on the back and then coming back and not going with this motion. I think just gone back a year or more when you cut the council tax support, which was a kick in the teeth for poor families, and then, you know, I just can't believe how you kind of gang. You're basically saying what I'm doing, what we're doing, and what I do loads, but I haven't brag about it. You know what I mean? Is I've done it and then gone against something. You know what I mean? That the reason I do it for. So I just think, you know. And another thing is, did the government not say that they would support the council with anything they needed just recently? So I just think, you know, we've got to go with the motion. Thanks, Chair.
Right, I go. Councillor Swithenbank, I think, is indicating. Councillor Swithenbank.
The motion is put forward by Councillor Dungworth. It isn't about food or meals or feeding children. It's about offering dignity to our fellow citizens, to giving them the choice to lead their lives in a better manner. Dignity. If people haven't got dignity, what do they have? I will be supporting Councillor Dungworth's motion. Let us give our fellow citizens dignity.
Okay, I'll go to. I have no more speakers, so I go to Councillor Jones to sum up on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Maybe I didn't read this correctly, but I think several councillors have spoken and not actually seemed to do this as a, we're not going to support the request for the increase. So several councillors, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Hill and Councillor Swithenbank, seem to have just discussed that it would be a shame not to do this increase. Whereas actually the motion that I proposed did. So Councillor Dungworth did in her speech refer to maintaining the increase, speaking against my amendment, maintaining the increase. And I think it would have been nice if she'd actually said that in the original motion instead of warning about a reduction.
It does say that. It does say that. It says, ask that it be maintained.
Yes, it does. Thank you. But also...
and if you'd read it and had the discussion with me prior to...
Excuse me, Councillor Dungworth, can we speak through the chair?
I think it was am I right? I think it was Councillor Dungworth who spoke earlier about respect when people are speaking. Thank you. I think as well, you know, somebody queried the figures. The figures I mentioned were particular support with vulnerable families, and I did include, and Councillor Dale referred to it, some people's problems with debt, and I particularly referred to the support that we've given to the community bank. So I think those things need to be mentioned. But I'm sorry that you think I was trying to play politics, because I genuinely wasn't. I just wanted this in a wording that I felt was acceptable, and I particularly mentioned that we were suggesting writing to the Chancellor to ask that increase to be extended. So I don't think it's really a case of you need to vote against this because it would stop the money. Right, I think that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've summed up there, so I think we...
Can I just have clarification, Chair? Because it appears to me that an entirely new motion has been put forward, so I need to hear that motion properly, because it isn't an amendment, as has been mentioned before.
It is an amendment, so I understand.
And I did have this legally checked.
Yes, and the legal officer's just confirmed it's an amended motion. And are you wishing for this amended motion to be reread, Councillor Dungworth?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Jones, would you be so kind to reread that?
I'm quite happy to reread it. What I did was in the first part, which I will reread, is did acknowledge some of the support that's been given. Right? But the actual, when it come down to the proposal, So the amendment was that this council notes the importance of providing support to the most vulnerable families in Northumberland and recognises the need for them to be provided with the basics of household need. We've seen an increase in the demand for support as a result of COVID and commend the work of the Northumberland Communities Together and the food banks in supporting families across our county, and acknowledge the work of both the Communities Together and the Food Network Partnership in developing more effective and sustainable answers, together with the work of the Council's Poverty Working Group to tackle disadvantage across the county. We welcome the additional government funding to support vulnerable families, including free school meals of a total of 1.3 million in the last 6 months, and also welcome the allocation by the Northern Tyne Combined Authority Recovery Fund of 500,000 to develop future projects and initiatives in our communities in Northumberland. And we recognise the council's funding to the Northumberland Community Bank of £40,000 in a grant and a further £50,000 on loan. And therefore we propose that this council welcomes the increase from the government of £20 a week in universal credit and tax credits during the pandemic, and writes to the Chancellor to ask for that increase to be extended for a further period. And we recognise the work of Northumberland Communities Together and the Poverty Working Group in supporting vulnerable families.
Thank you. So that is the amendment we are voting on. I think it's now time to move to the vote. Is that correct? The vote on the, just to be clear, this is a vote on the amendment. Do you support the amendment as read out by Councillor Jones? Shall I have a show of hands? Yeah. Ideally an electronic hand, please. Okay. Oh, blimey, that's good.
So you won't be able to know a hand up here, at least it tells you how many we've got. It's down here, 25 so far this evening.
Those thumbs up as yes, it's up.
One thumbs up and then 24, 25, 24 raised hands. Yeah. That's 24. 25. Do we want me to check?
Yeah, I think you want to check that. Yeah. Can we go across the screens, please? So how many's at screen? 5, 10, 15. That's 25, isn't it?
Yeah. One
Get to Jackson.
Councillor Jackson.
Councillor Seymour has a hand up there. Councillor Seymour, is that your hand up, isn't it? And Councillor Murray as well?
Yes, agreed.
Yes.
27, is that?
Yeah, we're currently on 28.
28.
There's a third screen, is there? I think that's it, isn't it? Okay, so what are we saying there? 20.
Councillor Guy Renner Thompson has his hand up, but not his virtual hand.
Yeah, and I've got my hand up as well.
Councillor Sharp has his hand up, I think.
Could I request a name vote, please?
If it's a name vote, I need to see a third of your hands up, or not.
It might be quicker and easier, to be honest.
Yeah, I was to be honest, I was half expecting it to come up. I needed a third of people. Do third of people support a name vote?
Yes.
I think we're taking it that they do. So I'll move to a name vote then. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, to vote for the amended motion. So we have Councillor Bourne.
For.
Councillor Bainan.
For.
Councillor Bowman.
Against.
Councillor Bridget.
Against.
Councillor Campbell.
Can we go to the screen of Councillor Campbell?
Campbell.
She had terrible connection.
He's waiting next. You just confirm again, Councillor Campbell.
Thumbs up or thumbs down? That's against.
Campbell, that's Campbell.
Councillor Carty.
Against.
Councillor Castle,
Councillor Castle. For.
Councillor Sesford,
For.
Councillor Clark,
Against.
Councillor Crosby,
Against.
Councillor Dale,
Against. Sorry, against, yes.
Councillor Daly,
For.
Councillor Davey,
Grant.
Grant Davey,
Against.
Councillor Susan Davey,
Against.
Councillor Dickinson,
Against.
Councillor Dodd,
For.
Councillor Dunbar,
For.
Councillor Dungworth,
Against.
Councillor Dunn,
Against.
Councillor Flux,
For.
Councillor Foster,
Against.
Councillor Gibson,
Councillor Gibson.
For.
Councillor Gorbin,
Against.
Councillor Grimshaw,
Against.
Councillor Hill,
Against.
Councillor Homer,
For.
Councillor Horncastle,
For.
Councillor Hutchinson,
For.
Councillor Jackson,
For.
Councillor Jones,
For.
Councillor Kennedy,
Against.
Councillor Lang,
Against.
Councillor Laurie,
For.
Councillor Ledger.
He's left the meeting.
He's left, okay. Councillor Murray,
For.
Councillor Nisbet,
Against.
Councillor Oliver,
For.
Councillor Parry,
Against.
Councillor Patterson, Councillor Purvis,
Against.
Councillor Quinn,
For.
Councillor Reid,
I refuse to vote.
So it's abstention, is it?
No, I refuse to vote.
Okay, fine.
Councillor Runner Thompson,
For.
Councillor Richards,
Against.
Councillor Rickaby,
Abstain.
Councillor Riddle,
For.
Councillor Robinson,
Against.
Councillor Roughead,
For.
Councillor Sanderson,
For.
Councillor Seymour,
For.
Councillor Sharp,
For.
Councillor Simpson,
Against.
Councillor Stewart,
For.
Councillor Stowe,
For.
Councillor Swinbank,
Against.
sorry,
That's Councillor Swithenbank's vote was against there.
against,
Councillor Swinburne, isn't it?
Oh, sorry.
sorry. Councillor Thorne,
For.
Councillor Towns,
For.
Councillor Wallace,
Against.
Councillor Watson,
For.
Councillor Wearmouth,
For.
Councillor Webb,
It's not here.
not here.
Can you just turn it on silent for a second?
Chair, can I suggest that while you're doing this, we have a comfort break? I'm desperate. I'm sure other people might be as well.
Yes, can I suggest you come back online at 6:15? 6:15, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Yes, just to confirm, that was 32 for, 26 against and 1 abstention.
Okay, and now what needs to happen?
So now there needs to be a vote that the amended motion is the substantive motion.
Okay, there needs to be a vote. The amended motion is a substantive motion. I'm going to suggest all in favour, if we're happy to just, we've had the 36-26, all in favour, show their hands. Yeah, do you want to tell me how many that is?
So we've got 12 electronic hands.
Councillor Sharp had his hand up, taking it down. Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Murray.
13 electronic hands. 50 now.
I've been asked, can you use your electronic hands, please?
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry about this.
We have 27 raised hands.
28, 29.
One thumbs
I
up.
don't know how to use my electronic hand.
Okay, I'll add you to the total, Councillor Murray, no problem.
Thank you.
Can you add me too, please?
Right, that's 30, 31. Okay, I think, is that 32? Yeah, 32. That's the majority of councillors available. So we'll pass that as the substantive motion passed. Thank you very much for that. I know it's difficult with the technology, and I thank everyone for your patience. And I'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 12, which is reports of the Service Director Corporate Assurance. And we go to page 121. I do say we did have some debate of this in the minutes, but the recommendations are on the first report here that members are reminded of the need to register interests in bodies with charitable purposes, with an explanation of the type of bodies these might cover, that the Standards Committee undertake targeted training on the relevant provisions of the code, which deal with the declaration of members' interest, and to note the progress towards the implementation of a national model code of conduct. Does anybody have their hand up for that? If you do, can you put it up again? I can't see anyone. So we're happy to agree to those recommendations. Agreed. Okay, and I'll move on again to page 127. Page 127. The recommendations within this report are that we approve the amended council procedure rules in part 5 of the Constitution as set out in Appendix A to the report, and to approve the amended terms of reference for full council in part 3 of the Constitution and as set out at Appendix B to the report. Councillor Roughhead.
Thanks, Chair. It's just on page 147, do you know, under the state of the area debate, it says once each civic year. Would it not just be easier if that just said once each municipal year, because that's what's referred to as in law? That's my only comment for that report.
I'll take your comment, but I think some other people might mention it. I will come to Councillor Reid, but I'm going to go to Councillor Dickinson because I think it might be in regards to this point. Councillor Dickinson.
No, it's not in regards to that point.
Beg your pardon.
I'll address it if you want us to.
Okay, I'll let you go as you're speaking.
I just wanted to double check that this is the table that was presented at the working group, isn't it? Around the provisions and the changes and amendments. I'm just double checking that the alterations that were made, that were agreed at that.
As far as I'm aware, I'm seeing if Caroline Elwood is on the call. She might be able to confirm that.
Yes, Chairman, thank you, through you. Yes, this is an updated table from the one that went to the working group, and the amendments you requested have gone into the appendix.
I thought they had, Caroline. I just wanted to double check they're all in there. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Reid, I'll let you in now. I'm sorry I jumped over you there.
No problem. Thank you, Chair. Just to say that I welcome all of this. I think it's a very good start. we could always pick over the bones and, you know, find stuff wrong with it. But I think so long as we realise that it's a living document and we're not going to leave it on a shelf, then this is a good start.
Thank you, Chair. As a chair, I'm just going to respond. Councillor Dickinson, do you have your hand up again?
Sorry, Chair, I forgot to mention on page 131, one of the new practices is around phone calls and mobile phones, and just wanted to draw that to members' attention, having observed several members taking phone calls during this meeting. So we just probably need to make members aware that after today that comes into effect.
Well, they've used that last opportunity then, haven't they, Councillor Dickinson? Councillor Hill.
Sorry, Chair, I thought I was about to cut out when I was going to ask a question just on the first of these reports. Can I just ask, there seems to be a bit of a debate going on about declaration of certain groups such as Freemasons lodges, and about debate whether they're charitable purposes or not. Surely the critical thing is, and should be considered, is, as I think Councillor Roughhead, I saw in the minutes mentioned, that a lot of councillors just declare everything. I mean, I've declared a group that's not even a constitution. People sit around, have a glass of wine. I just declared it. What's the point? You might as well over declare. And surely a critical thing is not so much if it's got a charitable purpose, but if you're a member of a Freemason lodge, you're expected to have a high degree of loyalty to other members, which does raise potential concerns about that conflicting with the public interest and your duties as a councillor. So can I just seek reassurances that that particular aspect has been properly considered?
Well, we have approved that already, and I appreciate.
I know, so I thought I was having to.
But I will invite Caroline Elwood if she wishes to say anything on that to address that point.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Hill, there's been a very full report previously considered by your Standards Committee, which I can send you to the link to if it will be helpful, which goes into a great deal of detail and which I've paraphrased in the report and explained all the possible options, how to proceed with something like the Freemasons. And members took the view then that the best course of action was to amend your register of interests to say that if you're declaring a charitable body, if you've got any doubt about it, speak to the monitoring officer. I do agree with you that the safest course is always to declare something if in doubt, but there's always the option to speak to the monitoring officer if it'd be helpful to do so.
And can I ask, therefore, if somebody said to you, I'm a member of a Freemason lodge, should I declare an interest?
Not in this authority, but I have given advice in previous authorities.
Oh, lovely, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dale. You're on mute.
I wasn't actually going to reply to that, but when I was on the NECA, I did the audit work on NECA, and one of the questions I had to fill in was one of the things was in the table was I a member of the Freemason? Well, obviously no, I'm not, but it was just quite interesting that it was in there. But that's the North East Combined Authority, so I don't know. My point is just on 170, page 177, conduct, and I do realise that since the Standard Board of England was what I can't remember when it went. It was about 2008, 7, might be before that. Caroline Elwood might know. I can't remember, but actually the standards in local government has gone down, and I hope and expect that the new standards, the review they're doing, the government's doing under the standards in local authority and local government, and maybe the government as well, will have some real strong statutory regulations whereby you know, basically bullying will be stopped, and there has to be a strong outcome. There have to be a strong standards board, but also it's this members officers relations, and I think that after the next elections, whoever is there, I do hope that this council briefs and gives a very broad brief strong briefing to all new members and the members who are there now, all members, about what the code of conduct means. Because at the present time, you know, I feel sorry for everybody, but we all know what people have been bullied and how they've been bullied, and it's gone on and on in some places. And I just hope that with this constitution and the new standards out, that something will change.
Okay. I don't know. I think I can note some of those points, but I don't know if Caroline Elwood wishes to respond to that at all.
Well, only to say, Chair, that the Local Government Association has just consulted, as it mentions in the report, on a new model code of conduct. The idea is that we will move away from local code of conduct, which you've got at the moment, and there will be a national model code of conduct like we had, you know, previously, to try and have a level playing field. That's been approved, I understand, very recently by the LGA just before Christmas, and I think it'll be going to your next meeting of the Standards Committee. So I'm sure they'll make a decision on how they want to roll it out, or timescales and so on. I'm not quite sure exactly what the position is on that, but I do know it's been issued and will be going to the Standards Committee shortly.
Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
I think I must just from before, Chair. I don't think.
Perfect. I'll move on. Just to respond to Councillor Roughhead's point on civic year, municipal year, there was a long debate at the working group about this, and we came up with civic year there. I would just recommend that all, from my personal perspective, that members now approve this report with the wording as it is. Do members approve that? I'm taking that.
I'm not able to put my hand up, but I had a question here. I just wanted to make a few comments, if that's all right, Chair.
I'm taking that we passed that vote first, though, but if you wish to make your comment, please do. Yeah.
But I have had my hand up, but I wasn't able to put the electronic one up.
I understand. I understand that.
Nobody saw. Okay. It's just really on the risk assessment. I'm just wondering, maybe some clarity from the monitoring officer, perhaps, that where it says that it's important that the council's constitution is up to date and reflects the latest legislation. What happens if it's not up to date? Would the latest legislation overrule our constitution, which would take precedent? I just would like clarity on that, or whether or not we just ignore the latest legislation. That's all. Just wondered if I could have clarity.
Caroline?
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I'm going to have to give a very general answer because it would depend on the legislation, but generally speaking, legislation takes precedence.
Fine, thank you.
Could something be put in that risk assessment to show that, please?
I can take that on board, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go on to point 3 on that point 12 of the agenda, page 159. I will just quickly read out the recommendations, which are recommended that Council approves the introduction of the Constitution in Part 1 of the Constitution as set out in Appendix A to the report. 2, approves the amended articles in Part 2 of the Constitution and as set out at Appendix B to the report. And 3, notes the intention to move to an online interactive version of the Constitution going forward. Councillor Roughhead.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy with the recommendations, but just a typographical error in Appendix A, page 167. It says that the North of Tyne Combined Authority was created in 2019. It was actually 2018. The election took place in 2019, but we had 6 months of actually setting up the organisation and constituted meetings. And just in reference to the North East Local Enterprise Partnership at the bottom of that paragraph, it should also say after the Strategic Economic Plan and the Local Industrial Strategy. That's one of the LEP's areas of work as well, which again is applicable across the North East region. And just a question So though I suggest happy with a recommendation subject to those changes. And then just page on 119, a question just about the cabinet and portfolios. I see that there's the Equality and Diversity Champion, which is like an ex officio member of cabinet or non-voting. But we also have, you know, I've seen in our comms and communication that we have other champions, one of which is the mental health champion. If we've got different types of champions of where some are entitled to be ex officio cabinet members and others aren't, should the terminology for the one who's relevant to the cabinet not be changed, just so there's no confusion of who has a right and doesn't have a right to attend cabinet? And in some other local authorities, they just refer to those as, you know, associate cabinet members or what have you, or observer cabinet members. Just, I think, given that we do have a equality and diversity champion in the cabinet, and I think that is a very important role, I think we should just emphasize that that is part of cabinet and just change that terminology to reflect that they are different to the other champions that we have.
Councillor Ruffhead, I note your typographical issues. On the second point, if I'm going to speak, Caroline might tell me might correct me here, but I believe she just took what was taken as our current cabinet positions, and I think it's pretty clear what they are in terms of the equality and diversity champion attending the cabinet. And I think that's basically where that's come from. And I think that would change if any administration changed their roles or what have we, like the titles sometimes change or the delegation of certain works of officers change, that would change in regards to that.
The point I'm trying to make there is that the council has already got champions in other areas of work, but it makes no reference to those in the constitution whatsoever. So there is.
I've lost you, Councillor Ruffhead, so I'll go to Councillor Dungworth.
Thanks, Chair. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I agree with Councillor Ruffhead. I think it needs to be, I know it might change each time, but so far the consultation, I do think it needs to be consistent. And so if we have champions and one champion is treated differently to the other champion, that needs some kind of explanation, I feel, within the constitution.
Okay, can I suggest we take it to a future meeting then?
Yeah, I think that's the best thing to do.
Right, okay. Can we approve those on 159 to 212? We happy with that?
Subject to the typographical, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then I think that's them all done. So I now go into item 13, unlucky for some, Community Governance Review, Morpeth. To consider the outcome of the Community Governance Review, page 213. Do I pass over to Councillor Oliver?
Thank you. It's getting very late, Chair, so I'll try and keep the introduction to this very brief. This is a review that was carried out by the Council at the request of Morpeth Town Council into the boundaries with between Morpeth, Hebron, Hescott and Mitford parishes. It's worth noting that there's a little bit I've got to sort of read out in terms of decision making. You will have all had a letter from Hepscott Parish Council. There are two principles in these reviews that are contained in the report. One is that any decision should be reflective of the and in the interests of the community, and they should be effective and convenient. I think what we'll probably do is just open it up to questions, and then we can take each of the recommendations one by one. And whilst people are asking questions, I'll just find the bit that I need to read out.
Can you scroll? I've got Councillor Watson, his hand up. Councillor Watson.
Chair, I was going to say before tonight that this is an important issue for local councils, and I think because of that they have the right to know how councillors voted on this issue. That view has only been strengthened by some of the technical difficulties we've had tonight, and therefore I'm going to ask for a named vote, please. I think that's the only way that we can do this effectively on this complicated issue. Thank you, Chair.
Fair request. So I'm very quickly going to ask if I can have show of hands for a name vote and see if we have enough people who support that. How many do we need? Oh, I think we've got that, haven't we? I think it's clearly indicated we have more than a fifth of support for that. So thank you very much. If you've got your hand up for that, but not to speak, can you put that down now? I think we're back to where we were. Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Chair. As nobody's moved anything, are we constitutionally allowed to debate this, or does somebody have to move something first? And then I shall make the comments and I get clarification about that.
I'll seek legal advice on that.
Yes, Chair, I guess.
I'm being told, Jeff, that a motion should be moved.
Well, that's what I thought. So if Councillor Oliver, rather than, I don't see any point unless the Conservative group have decided to do something different. Whoever moves this should just move the lot. I don't think there's going to be any problem about the specifics. So if somebody wants to move something, that'd be good.
Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, the advice I've had was that we should discuss, because there's effectively 3 different groups of recommendations and they affect 3 different areas. So rather than moving them all, I think we should take them one by one. So perhaps the way to proceed would be for me just to sort of read out the point about how it might affect county council boundaries and how it might affect elections, and then we'll take them one by one, because some of them may be contentious, others may be fairly straightforward. So if that's okay, Chair, I'll proceed with that. And does that answer your question, Councillor Reid?
Councillor Reid.
I guess what you're saying is you're going to take the HEP up, then the HEP's got 2, and then the Midfed.
Yes.
3. Well, that's
yes.
Fine by me, but bear in mind you need somebody to second each time.
Right. So can I suggest that someone proposes the first one then?
Can I just ask a point of clarification before we get going?
Yes, Councillor Dickinson.
Sorry. Just because usually, and obviously this is slightly different, but also, Councillor Oliver, there's usually an option, or I suppose, would the option be, if we vote against any of the recommendations, that would be effectively no change? Because we're not being given an option for no change.
Yes.
And we're supposed to do it in the interests of the residents, and there's been quite a number of residents involved in this by the look of it.
Yes, and that's the default option. If one of the if one of the recommendations gets voted down, then no change will be the default unless somebody makes a counter proposal.
Got Councillor
Towns. Clarification.
Yes, sorry. Yes, yeah, I'll go. Councillor Towns was waving furiously. Then I'll go to your point of clarification.
Yeah, I did. Mine's a point of clarification too. I would like to propose a different approach to all of this, but I'm keen to understand a bit more about the knock-on effects on county electoral divisions. And Nick has said he's got some information on that. So
yeah, shall I read?
I'd like to hear that, and then I would like to hear that, and then I would like the opportunity to propose something different.
Okay. I'll read that. Members should be aware that when an order requires minor changes to existing parish boundaries, it can come into force on any days. However, where boundary changes are more than minor and will affect many electors, the guidance states that those changes must come into force on 1st of April before the next scheduled election for the parishes concerned. This is because precepting authorities can only issue precepts for entire financial years, and so that local people can vote for their new parish councillors. The election timetable for the scheduled polls taking place on the 6th of May 2021 has the notice of election date 29th of March, and any changes agreed today will become effective at the scheduled elections in 2025. So effectively, because it had the scheduled date for the election being after the 1st of April, it would have been this time, but it's not, so it'll be next time.
Councillor Towns.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to know, though, I'm slightly confused by the report on the effect on county electoral boundaries, largely because one of the plans refers to county electoral divisions changing, whereas this report was predicated by a town council trying to make changes with neighbouring parish boundaries. So can I know what is there necessarily a knock-on effect on the electoral division boundaries?
I understand there is, but if we could get some clarity on that from a legal officer, that would be helpful, please.
Is there anyone who's able to give clarity on that?
Yes, if I may, Chair.
Councillor, sorry, I will call everyone councillor by default. Paul, sorry. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, ordinarily, the divisions for the county council, the county council divisions would be coterminous with parish boundaries. It's not within the function of the county council to change the divisions for the county council itself. That has to go to the Local Government Boundary Commission for England. So if you were minded to approve some of the recommendations which affect the boundaries which would be coterminous with the divisions, you may think it's appropriate to have regard to changing the county council electoral divisions, but that would have to be done by the Local Government Boundary Commission. Chair, if I may, ordinarily, had the governance review been undertaken in accordance with the scheduled timetable, the report would have been made of the summer of this year, and then it would have been possible to make the orders, depending on what you decided, to come into effect for the forthcoming elections, which are anticipated to be in May of 2021. There is a draft order which is related to the guidance which has been issued by government, which makes it absolutely clear that there are various dates which an order must determine in relation to various provisions. Ordinarily, the order itself can only come into force on the 1st of April in any year. And because it's recognised that there are effects upon elections, it makes specific provision which whoever drafts the order will have to take into account. So ordinarily, the order itself would come into force on the 15th of October in the year preceding the parish council elections. So because of the delay with the timetable, you're not now able to implement the order to come into effect before the elections, both of the parish councils and for the county council divisions. And in any event, the provisions for the county council divisions would have to be determined by the Local Government Boundary Commission. I hope that assists.
I've got Councillor Hill has a point of order as well.
I have, sorry.
Chair, I was just wondering if it would be easier that somebody puts to the meeting that the outcome of the governance review be agreed as follows, all in one. And if anyone wants to support it, bar one of the things, they put that in as amendment, otherwise people vote for or against. Wouldn't that be easier?
I think I'm getting the gist of what are you...
Normally, because I mean, basically recommending the outcome of the report, it's right to just spell out what it all means, you know, the 6 points, and then people who for it vote for it unless they are for it, save one part of it, and then they'd suggest an amendment. I just think that might be easier, but I mean, it's obviously up to you, Chair.
So are you suggesting to me you'd like to vote on, there are three different sections of it, you'd like to vote 3 times on?
No, I'm just imagining that people are for the recommendations or against, and rather than going through each one. But if there is somebody that says, yeah, I'm in favour of them apart from the 5th point, then they would suggest that as an amendment.
I will suggest that
it might seem easier to me, I don't know, but it's up to you.
You've asked me what my view is. I suggest I'm actually guided by what recommendation is put to the meeting.
But I'm just wondering if it's makes sense.
Point of order, Chair. I've just kind of joined Councillor Hill in this. I think what's clear is what I'm getting at is I don't mind the recommendations when it comes to the parish boundaries. I've spent years talking to my affected parish council, Hebron, about this, and they're not concerned about it, and I'm happy to support their position. what the curveball that's been thrown at me in this report is talking about changing county electoral division boundaries, and I've never been consulted on that. I've never, and it says here, we will request the related alterations. Well, I don't support that, but I do support the rest of it. So I think Councillor Hill's point's valid.
Councillor Dale has a point of order, but I will come back to you on that after this potentially.
No, I just wanted to ask David, because going back to the 2008-9 boundary review, gosh, I can't remember now, but David will remember. And I did all the work and with various people on the boundary review changes, and actually Morpeth was a real problem then. Do you remember?
I remember because I was abolished.
I know, and I remember all the problems, and I know all the political manoeuvring as well that went on. I haven't forgotten that. That was like, oh my goodness, never known anything like that. Now the problem is, the point being is that, my view is, if this is a political manoeuvre, you know, I don't want to know about it. What I want to know is actually what the people want.
Councillor Dale, is this a point of order or is this part of debate?
Sorry?
Is this point of order or is it part of debate?
Well, I've had my hand up for ages, and I think you probably took me as a part of a point of order. Actually, it was probably me asking a question I wanted to speak to David about.
Okay.
And really what I was going to say was, at the time, and I don't understand why everybody has to move about again. And obviously the people from the letters we've got are very concerned about it all. But, you know, I don't think, and I could ask Mr. Foote whether at what point would the who would apply to the Boundary Commission if they requested a change of county council electoral boundary seats, ward seats.
Paul Foote, do you wish to address that?
The request will be made by the county council chair.
Pardon?
The request would be made by the county council.
And it would take the sort of until the following county council elections before it would actually come into.
Yes, I would expect so, yes.
Right, thank you very much.
We appear to be getting bogged down in detail here.
Well,
I'm going to go back to Councillor, and that's not specifically you, Councillor Dale, that's generally we are. Councillor Towns, now, when I was listening to what you were saying, you seem to be suggesting that you might move a recommendation to support the report, bar changes to the county electoral division. So you'd move a report to support the parish boundaries changing, but not the electoral divisions. Is that correct? If that was allowable, you'd be putting that forward?
That's right. So obviously you determine the correct procedure for that, Chair. All I would do is point numbered 3 at the top of page 214. I would propose that we strike that out, and then I'm happy then to agree to the other recommendations.
Okay, so I'm going to ask legal officers.
If that is, sorry, Chair, if that is not necessary and it's just something that we're saying we request, then I would prefer we drop that request if it's not fundamentally necessary.
Okay, right. I'm going to go to legal advice here with Paul Foote probably and ask: is what Councillor Towns has said, is it allowable for us to do for that to happen?
Thank you, Chair. It is permissible to do that, but ordinarily it's advisable to have the divisions for the county council coterminous with the parish council areas. It does create complications for the running of elections if you don't do that. Admittedly, those administrative issues would have to be dealt with if you so decided, but it may give issues in terms of running of elections, and ordinarily you would have coterminous boundaries so that there's proper representation for one person for the entire parish. But in theory, it's possible, yes, you can do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Oliver?
Yeah, I wonder if I could ask Jackie or somebody else that may know, do we actually have any boundaries currently that are not coterminous with county boundaries.
Yes, mine and Councillor Towns. We share a parish council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Right, I've got several hands up. Can I check, are they point of order? Councillor Bridget, you've had it up for a long time. I do apologise. Then I'll go to Councillor Dickinson.
That would be my hand that I've had up for a long time. I just wanted to say that I think it was Nick that just asked the question there regarding coterminous boundaries. I share one of my parish councils is a joint parish council that I share with Councillor Sanderson. Another one is a joint parish council that I share with Councillor Thorne. So he represents one parish, I represent the other, but it's worked pretty well. What I would say is I have a rule of thumb that I've kept to for 13 years when I've been on this council when it comes to boundary reviews, and I always defer to what the local member, the local elected representative on this council, whatever they advocate is what I support. I'm not bothered what political party you're in or anything like that. They're elected to represent those individuals. Now, Councillor Sanderson has written an objection. It's a shame that Councillor Sanderson, Bourne and Wearmouth aren't part of this, because I would have liked to have heard what they have to say, but I'm happy to follow the direction of Councillors Bainan and Towns on this matter, because they're still part of the debate, and I will support, as the local members, what they suggest.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Bainan next, then Councillor Dickinson, then I will look for a recommendation.
Thanks, Chair. Really point Mr. Foote has said about the changes to the county boundaries. This is going to have to happen obviously very shortly, because there's huge discrepancies in a lot of the county wards. And to me, it seems why we're going to be doing this now. It's not going to come into effect till 2025, when we might be changing it for the county boundaries in the next less than 4 years. Why not do it all together as one? Thanks, Chair. And thanks to Councillor Bridget, because totally agree with them. Go with the ward councillor.
Right, Councillor Dickinson, I do apologise. I'm
No, it's fine. It's just a quick clarification. I just want some confidence in some of the detail in the report, just on the back of what Councillor Towns was saying. So it says in here that all the local members were written to, but Councillor Towns wasn't aware of the impact on the boundary. So I'm just wondering about the level of information members were provided with. And obviously only Councillor Sanderson's responded. So I'm kind of just trying to make sure that we've got, or that the elected members responsible for those areas had correct information to this point, because it seems not, maybe, I don't know.
Councillor Bainan has his hand up. Is that about this? And then I'll go to Councillor Towns.
Yeah, Chair, I can answer for myself and probably the other councillors. We got at the beginning of the information or the procedure, we got a small amount of information, but I didn't put any reply in because I was waiting to see and hear what the residents really were trying to tell me. So that's why I waited until now virtually before made comments.
Okay, Councillor, I'll go to Councillor Towns and I'll go to Councillor Oliver. Councillor Towns.
Thank you, Chair, and I welcome Scott's question, actually. But I think, as I said a few minutes ago, I was aware and kept fully abreast, actually, by colleagues on Morpeth Town Council of their liaison with the parishes, and obviously the only parish council that's in my area that's affected is Hebron, and I've spoken to them, and they weren't bothered. And I said, look, well, if that you are the local representatives, and if that's the position you're taking, I'm comfortable with that. But until I got this report, I may have had an email that I've overlooked then, but until I got this report, there was no indication of county electoral boundary changes. So I'm happy to see the change to Hebron go ahead, because the parish council have told me they're not concerned about it. There hasn't been much representation from the houses in that area either, if any. But it's just been thrown a curveball, and I'd rather just take that out because it's not something I've been consulted on previously.
Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, I think I'm correct in confirming that the consultation was not about the county boundaries. So Councillor Towns and Councillor Bainan would be correct. So it is. I think it's that information has been coming into a sort of later edition of the of the report just before it's come. So I think if councillors Towns' proposal to remove the link with the county boundaries is accepted, then I don't think there's any risk, unless anybody tells me any differently, that the consultation wasn't thorough.
I understand that Councillor, I'm doing this all the time. I understand that Jackie Rolls wishes to speak. Jackie. Two seconds.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Jackie, yes.
I believe that, and Paul might agree with this, that if we make any changes to the parish boundaries, we'll have to inform the Boundary Commission, and it's up to them whether they decided to change any of the county boundaries. We don't have a say in that.
Paul,
is that right, Paul?
That is true. Once the order is made, the county council has to notify various people and bodies of the order, including the Boundary Commission. But they do not, the Boundary Commission would not deal with any alterations to the parish boundaries as such. But you do not, the county council will notify them of the order, yes.
Okay, right, I'm going to go to Councillor Jeff Watson, then Councillor Bainan, if he's still got a hand up there, and then I will be looking for a recommendation. Jeff Watson.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask Councillor Oliver? It's a difficult one, this, I think. What about the suggestion from Councillor Bainan, really, that we shouldn't really make this decision just yet? It's not going to have effect for this election. It will be for future effect. Is there a reason why we wouldn't do that?
I have had a discussion about that previously, and I think there was a desire to get it resolved because it's been hanging around for a long time. And unless Jackie tells me anything different, I think that was the kind of main reason, because the Morpeth Town Council had made the request, and it had taken a long time because of the complexity of it and the nature of the four different, or the town council and the three different parishes. But if there is no reason other than the desire of Morpeth Town Council to get it resolved, then it may be that we do delay it, and we talk to, because I'm just conscious of the fact that if it's going to affect county boundaries, it maybe needs a sort of wider consultation. Three of the members whose county boundaries might be affected have already left the call, and they may be blissfully unaware that's the case. So if
Councillor Oliver, can I just say that the review needs to be carried out within 12 months?
Okay.
Okay. I don't think Councillor Bainan had his hand up because it's gone down. So I'm now going to, oh, it has gone up. So I'll go to Councillor Bainan, and I'm really looking for a recommendation, people.
Chair, it was a recommendation I was going to make.
Okay. Right, I'll let you fire away then.
Thanks, Chair. As Mr. Foote and as Councillor Watson's stated, we are going to have to be looking at the county boundaries. They are going to have to change. Why not wait and do it all at the same time? Defer this till next year or till later in this year and do it all at the same time. It would seem logical to do that. Thanks, Chair.
Can I just raise a point of order, what Jackie said, and ask her about the timeline, because we're actually putting a proposal forward. Jackie said it has to be done within the year. Could you explain the times, Jackie?
I'll do that, and then I want to see if someone seconds Councillor Bainan or not. Jackie?
The review must be carried out within 12 months.
Of what date? Sorry,
Jackie. From the terms of reference being, I believe it's from the terms of reference being published.
And when was that? Sorry, I don't know.
I think it was January, I believe. It's in the report.
So we're right on the cusp of that.
And only I believe that only Castle Morpeth Council can withdraw it. They put it in.
Morpeth Town Council.
Sorry, Morpeth Town Council can withdraw it because they asked for the review. So we have to, we have to carry it out unless they withdraw it.
Can I make a recommendation then?
No, we've got a recommendation. We've got a proposal put in by Councillor Bainan. Does somebody second Councillor Bainan? I've got several hands up. Councillor Daly, is that to second that?
Chair, can I just clarify something before we go ahead with that? Because what I can't tell from looking at my screen, we started off this meeting today with 79 participants and it's now 64. I am aware that Councillor Sanderson, Wearmouth and I think Bourne withdrew from the meeting. How many other councillors are no longer present on this call? Because if this is something which is impacting across, I appreciate it's Morpeth, but this is a county issue. And we've had Councillor Towns presenting us with an option tonight. We've had from Councillor Benyon an option to defer. There seems to be things being thrown at us tonight, which I think need to be considered. And I appreciate that this does need to have resolution. I don't think kicking it into the long grass to 3 or 4 years is an answer, but providing that Jackie Rowell could confirm that from the date at which the review was requested, and if this was brought to a subsequent council meeting in a few months' time, that we would still be in timeline, I would be supportive of that, because I think it is important, and we're like 4 and a bit hours into this meeting now, that this has got to have consideration, because this will have impact for people for generations to come. And rather than get it rushed, I'd rather get it right. So I think there's a couple of questions there. How many people have we lost that, have just disappeared off the edge of the earth from this meeting? And secondly, because of those matters, if we're in timeline, I would be supportive of a short deferral on this.
Chairman, we are nearly out of time. It has to be done within the 12 months and a decision has to be made unless Morpeth Town Council withdraw it.
I'll just say, Councillor Daly, in terms of how many councillors are on the call, and I'll come to Councillor Davey in a second. In terms of how many councillors are on the call, there are 64 participants. However, some of them are officers. I would invite you to look in that list and find, but a substantial number have left. And I would please request that you looked at that list. I think you should be able to see it as to how many members there are, because it would be quite time consuming to go through all that list.
Okay, so on that point, Chair, sorry, just to come back on that, I will do that. But Jackie's just now indicated to me, and I'm sure others, that we are perilously close to this. We might have to convene another full council to decide this. So I just want some legal clarity, please, and then we can make a decision one way or the other, or defer.
Councillor Davey, what are you second?
Yes, I need clarification on this as well. I believe that Councillor Banion's recommendation would mean that this council would be forced to move to an all area boundary review within the next 12 months without having a meeting to scope out a boundary review on a cross-party basis. And I think support for that, the recommendation of Councillor Benion, would actually allow some people who are sitting here today to screw up the next council. So I would not support that recommendation, Chair. And I think it's the wrong type of recommendation to put forward. If the boundary review falls for 10 minutes, it falls at the end of it. We've had COVID-19 since February. It is not the fault of this council that the report couldn't come forward. It's the fault of the way things have been handled nationally. So I urge people not to support John Benion's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Right, okay. I'm just going to go through the list. I appreciate people got hands up. I'm going to go to the list of order hands I've got up. I think Councillor Bainan might be his original hand to propose it, unless I'm wrong. And I'll go to Councillor Reid.
Right, Chair. We've messed about with this far too long. I'm going to move the recommendations as written, but bearing in mind that what we've been told is that whatever we do, when we write, we have to tell the boundary committee.
What happens if we're going over 12 months?
Okay, so when I suggest, as
Right, okay.
the town said, that we don't ask anybody to look at it, but the boundary committee will look at it anyway. We have been told already that it doesn't, that there are several parish councils that are cut in half, or bits here, bits there. So this isn't unusual. So what I'm moving is the recommendations as written, minus us asking for a review of this, because the boundary committee will do it anyway when they actually get the piece of paper.
Now I can see David Towns nodding. Is David Towns nodding to second that?
Basically, that's what I was proposing, so I will second that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. We've now got a proposal and a second. I move to debate on within that. I've got some existing hands up if they wish to speak in that debate.
Well, can I just speak first, and then that'll be me done? I mean, all I would say is that this comes up time and time again now because of the houses that are being built, and so I think at some point before houses are built, somebody, I can't say how it can be planning, but somebody in the council should be looking at every field that's going to have houses built and look for boundaries, and then get them changed before they start building the houses, if they have to be changed. Because if before this was built, this was looked at, and the boundary had been moved to the 192 in the first place, then this wouldn't be a problem. And the only other thing I need to say is that the tiny bit of the estate of Choppington Road, where those flats are Turner's flats, I am sure that they're in the Stob Hill ward anyway. I don't think they're in the Leaders.
There's a ward, there's a funny line.
The street, so I don't think it's called Terminus anyway.
Okay. Councillor Dickinson.
Bloody hell.
I do apologise. It's been a lot of back and forth. I've been waiting for a recommendation.
No, you're absolutely fine. This is a very complex one. It's not the standard at the end of the agenda, one small alteration. What does the local member think? Let's agree and move on. It's not that. This is not that. This is very different. I've got some issues around what I've heard in some of the debate and some of the clarifications. I don't feel comfortable with this at all, if I'm honest. There's just something not quite right about it. There's a number of objections that are larger than the support and from much smaller parish councils. And you know, we are supposed to take these types of decisions in the interests of the residents and listening to the residents and hearing their voice. One of the local members has responded with a clear indication that he's not in support of any alterations. For me, I think this needs to be status quo and reject the proposals as they stand. And like we've said already, these things are going to be reviewed in coming months by the national body anyway, in terms of constituencies and wards and all sorts of other things. So I think it'll all get swept up in that anyway.
Councillor Castle.
Yes. First time you've heard from me tonight, but on this one, very briefly, can I say, I tend to go with officer recommendations unless I know differently and have enough information in front of me to say this is wrong or I think differently. I just don't. I can see this, and I take the point about this being referred to the Boundaries Commission, as it will. Mind goodness help us all, because sometimes the decisions of the Boundary Commission defy belief. And it is now a two-member ward, despite all of us telling them that we shouldn't do it, but it is, and we've had to live with that. But nevertheless, it's taken out of our hands, whether we like it or not. My line is here, I don't know enough, I don't have enough information in front of me to take a different view to the recommendation from officers. So given what's just been proposed and seconded, I will go with that.
Okay, Councillor Renner Thompson.
Thank you, Chairman. It's relatively simple, my view. As someone who lives
at the other side of the county, so a bit of an outsider. Those estates to me are Morpeth, and therefore they should be part of Morpeth Town Council. So I'm very much happy to support the recommendation.
Okay, I don't think, Councillor Towns, do you have your hand up?
I will, yeah, just to provide information there. Most of what was proposed, as in outside my patch in Hepscott and Mitford, actually the recommendation is to not allow those transfers. So actually when you've got reams and reams of paper here with people objecting, their objections have actually been listened to and they're being refused. The one area that's agreed is in my area, and on the consultations there seems to have been either very few or nil responses from residents, and the parish council in that particular case, Hebron, is actually supportive of this boundary amendment on parish level. So I'm comfortable with that. What I'm not comfortable with is county electoral divisions falling into this somehow, because I've never been consulted on that. But I'll take the point, and that's why I've seconded Jeff's motion, because if it's going to go, if it has to be reported to the Boundary Commission anyway, fine, that's a consequence. What I didn't support was us actively asking them to get involved. So that's why I support Jeff's motion. It's what I was going to propose anyway, and hopefully we can vote on that now, Chair.
Okay, I think that's asking me to move to the vote. So I think I'm going to move.
Before you do, Chair, I'm allowed to sum up, and what I would say is just to back what Councillor Towns has said. The main people who have argued about not being put into Morpeth haven't actually been put into Morpeth. They are staying at Hepscott. That's the point. So in the anomalies around the Stob Hill end are just being ironed out, but the main bit is staying in Hepscott, and that's against what Morpeth Town Council wanted.
Does Councillor Oliver wish to say something? And then
Yeah, just a very quick question. I think to reinforce the fact that on the parish boundaries there has been a very extensive and robust consultation take place. And I think the point around if we don't do anything, it would be dealt with in the boundary review of county boundaries. I don't think that would automatically change parish boundaries. So I think I think there's a logic in considering the recommendation has been put forward by Councillor Bainan and Towns.
Okay. Right, I've got no more speakers. So I'm going to move to a vote, and the vote is on Councillor Reid's recommendation. Do we need to recap that? It's just what's in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so subject to notifying the Boundary Commission what is in the report. I've been requested for a name vote. We had indications that you wanted a name vote earlier, so I'll go to a named vote, please.
Chair,
Councillor Dunn.
can I just clarify? I just dipped out of that for 2 minutes, but I have heard most of the debate around this, so I just want to make sure whether I should be voting in it or not.
I'm looking to a legal opinion on that.
As long as you're satisfied that you think you've heard the majority of what's been discussed.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to make you aware because I did have to rejoin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, we go to the vote then.
So Councillor Bourne isn't.
No, he's declared interest.
Yeah. Councillor Bainan.
Against.
Councillor Bowman.
Against.
Councillor Bridget.
Abstain.
Councillor Campbell.
She's left the call.
Sorry. Councillor Carty.
Against.
Councillor Castle.
Well, I hope I'm voting for the motion that's just been put and seconded for.
Councillor Sexford.
Abstain.
For.
Councillor Crosby.
Abstain.
can I just go back? I think Councillor Dodd voted in Councillor Clark's way.
Sorry, I thought I heard my name. It something went funny.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Against.
Councillor Dale.
For.
Councillor Daly.
For.
Councillor Davey.
Against.
Councillor Susan Davey. Councillor Davey.
Susan Davey.
That's unmute, Susan. Unmute.
Against. I can see you saying against.
Against. Councillor Dickinson.
Against.
Councillor Dodd.
For.
Councillor Dunbar.
For.
Councillor Dungworth.
Against.
Councillor Dunn.
Against.
Councillor Flux.
For.
Councillor Foster.
Against.
Councillor Gibson.
For.
Councillor Gobin.
Against.
Councillor Grimshaw.
Against.
Councillor Heppel.
Not here.
Wait. Councillor Hill.
Against.
Councillor Homer.
It's not here.
Not yet. Councillor Horncastle.
For.
Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Hutchinson.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Kennedy.
It's gone.
Councillor Lang.
Against.
Councillor Laurie.
For.
Councillor Ledger. Councillor Murray.
For.
Councillor Nisbet.
Against.
Councillor Oliver.
For.
Councillor Parry.
Against.
Councillor Pattison.
Sorry?
Is it against?
Abstain.
Councillor Purvis.
Oh, against, sorry. It's been a long day.
Councillor Quinn.
She's not left.
Councillor Reid.
For.
Councillor Renner Thompson.
For.
Councillor Richards. Councillor Rickaby.
Councillor Rickaby.
Rickaby.
Abstain.
Councillor Riddle.
For.
Councillor Robinson.
Abstain.
Councillor Roughhead.
For.
Councillor Sanderson. Sorry.
It's not here.
Councillor Seymour.
For.
Councillor Sharp.
Abstain.
Councillor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Stowe.
Abstain.
What was that? Sorry.
Was abstain.
Councillor Swinburne.
For.
Councillor Swithenbank.
Against.
Councillor Thorne.
For.
Councillor Towns.
For.
Councillor Wallace.
Abstain.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Wearmouth.
It was not here.
Councillor Webb.
Not here.
No. Okay.
Right. We're just going to have a tot up of those votes. Okay, for the motion was 23, against the motion was 19, and abstaining was 10. The motion has carried. And with that, I think I can close the meeting. Thank you very much. I know it's been a long meeting. I'll let you all get home. Thank you very much. We'll see you at the next meeting.